hoping that I'll be somebody one day. Not just a lost cause halfway house. I want a big green lawn that goes on. And a family that loves me, yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade, and cold brew iced tea, yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow, I'm gonna make it somehow. I wasted too much time trying to be myself, and trying to be like everybody else. Cause I thought what I wanted was be wanted by the wrong crap. That part of town, going nowhere, hellbound, chained to the same lane, brain wanna be daydream. Just a loser with a bad team, yeah, but that's all in the past now. I'm going fast now, going fast now. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found. Hoping that I'll be somebody one day. Not just a lost cause, nowhere in town. I want a great big house with a loving spouse, and kids that really love me, yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade, and cold brew iced tea, yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow, I'm gonna make it somehow. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found.
Good evening. Good evening. How are we doing? And welcome back to another Cope and Seed stream, where I am going to do my best to not engage with any of the fucking random shit that is going on in the fucking drama with Mr. Beast or with Demon Mama or with anything, or with Crystal, with ACC stuff. We're just gonna sit down and we're gonna read a good book. And we're going to talk about the genius author who wrote it. Good evening to all of you. I hope you're well. I hope you're all having a good weekend. I have not been sleeping much. So if you're wondering why it's not a drama stream, that's part of the reason. Because Beckett's sleepy. Beckett's sleepy at the moment. And I want to do nice things. We have a submission as well from Teddy, so we'll read that. I'm actually quite excited. I've read bits of it. We'll read the first chapter again, so everyone's on the same page, so to speak. Ellington Moose becoming a member. That's Ellington. Ellington's just been like riding off gifted memberships for a while. He's like, no, I have to properly member up. Join the cult. Oh, it's good to see you guys. Okay, so. We are gonna read more of Shad's book. Now, I'm gonna level with you. I wasn't gonna read more of Shad's book. I was like, it felt like a very one and done stream. But I will say this for Shad: I have not read any more of it, but I have wondered what's going to happen. So we're gonna read until I'm satisfied that I know what's happening. But also, we might jump through a bit because apparently I've been told there's like 8 bits in this. That are like good. They're genuinely funny. So we're going to try and find them, and we're going to take random submissions, I think, for page numbers. I think that might be part of my plan. We'll see what happens. I also want to talk about Shadiversity generally, because I don't know how much like everyone knows about Shadiversity, and some of the stuff behind it is and him is genuinely just pretty funny. So that's there you go. There's a little stream layout for you. Ellington Moose $2. I more than made up for it with my super chat. That's very true. That's very true. No, no. Now you don't have to feel guilty. I don't know what I'm doing today. As always, it's much appreciated. Like and subscribe and all that shit. Hey Beckett, it's Kato. Have a good stream. Thank you. Welcome to Project 500. Sony with the 199. Welcome to the Crab Cult. True and based. One day, I'll be streaming in like 2 years' time or something, and everyone will be like, "What's all this crab shit?" What's with the crabs? I don't. Nothing about this other than something on the background feels crab themed. Why? What's the fucking law? I was watching him a lot pre-book, him, Skullgrim, etc. Yeah, like, do you know, like, I want to watch some old Shadiversity as well, because it's not like he's a small channel. Clearly, he appealed to people, and he appealed to me. I watched Shad back in the day. Shadiversity. Like, this whole Shadman thing is shit, because now I have to correct myself. I kind of feel like, oh, I watch Shad, because then there'll be somebody who clips me in, like, 5 years' time and be like, what's this? Oh, well. Do you have a pentagram tattooed on your chest? No, it is a, like, I've got a Chaos Star, a Triforce, and this is like a compass. It's very faded. Very faded. This was not fun to get. This was not fun to get. I don't... It hurt. Right on the fucking center of the ribcage was painful, okay? Clips, thank you, Deborah. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. Thanks to the Clippers. Fucking hell. People will probably assume it's a reference to Crab Rave. That is true. People will just assume it's a Crab Rave reference. Fuck's sake. You have to show the Jezza Shad clip. That is a Muslim covering Shad. I'm not sure I know that clip. Jack, DM it to me. Go find it, DM it to me. Ellington, $2. Chilling in the natural hot spring. Have $2. Are you actually chilling in the natural hot spring? That's fucking okay. I'm jealous. Chest tattoos are hell. Yeah, I really need to get more tattoos. I'll at some point I'll get bored and be like, that's content. Fuck, Boogie got tattooed on stream. Maybe that's a long-term goal of this stream. Watch, like, we'll do fundraising and I'll find a tattooist and Beckett can get if my computer wants to work, that would be great. That'd be fantastic. Everyone still hear me? Fucking hell. Yeah, I can get tattooed live. It'd be great. Jesus Christ. Just random freezes. I really need to mess around with my motherboard. I don't know if it's spread beyond Tumblr, but whenever an asshole gets comeuppance, usually a bigoted political figure dying, we play Crab Rave. Yeah, that's spread. That's spread. I think the first time I ever saw that like get major attention was Ginsburg. Is it Ginsburg, the Supreme Court Justice? And then like it was the Stone Toss comic with like her looking at the crabs. Beckett wants fan art tattoos. I would probably get fan art tattoos. I won't lie to you. That is actually true. That's something I do. Look, I'm covered in some very random tattoos. One of them, like, I've got like a pawn. I've got a weird pawn from chess. God, that's fucking clippable. Right, okay. As long as it isn't a face tattoo, go with it. Yeah, never. Like, it's collars and cuffs. Collars and cuffs is the rule for tattoos. Nothing below the cuffs, nothing above the collar, and then you can always get employed. You can always turn up fresh to the interview. That's sort of the baseline. Also, why does all the pixel art and animations for these... Also, who does all the pixel art and animation for these now recording hipsters? Okay, so the person who does the pixel art for now recording is Hellbent. Hellbent's great. She also does stuff for President Sunday. So if you see like President Sunday's like opening screens now, it's all in this like pixel art style. That's all Hellbent. Hellbent's great. I like Hellbent. Chatting to her this morning actually. She's super chill. Get a tattoo of Truther on your cheek. Not only will it be a good joke on the whole boogie thing, but people will think you're a 9/11 Truther. A double joke. Oh yeah, that'll be... Thanks, Teddy. That'll be fucking hilarious. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate that. Little crabs, true. Yeah, Hellbent's great. Hellbent's great. Yeah, there's some really talented artists. So like obviously like I but like Kat did my background. Mishi did my VTuber. I don't think I've ever used my VTuber on stream yet. I was gonna do it for this, but I forgot because frankly I woke up like a fucking hour before stream and then had a shower and that's and then came here, so I completely forgot to do any proper actual setup because I am bad at this. Um, have you got a crab tattoo? I haven't actually. I've got an octopus tattoo. I've got an octopus tattoo. You have a VTuber? I have a VTuber. I have a VTuber now. Fucking weird. Other thing to say. Yes, I do have a VTuber ready to go. I could set up the VTuber. Could I set up the VTuber? VTuber Beckett, yeah. Yeah. I was like, I thought that would be fun. I thought it would be a fun thing to have. Is this now just going to become a conversation of like, when does Beckett... I've used the VTuber before on other people's streams. Because it's like, the VTuber is great if I don't want to get ready or dressed or like do anything. I can just sort of like drag myself in front of a camera and be like, I'm cute now. It's fine. It seems to work out really well. It's also eventually I'm gonna need to capture a Zoomer audience, and VTubers seem good for that. I am procrastinating just while I smoke a cigarette. You can tell I'm tired. I need a crab tattoo. Yeah, I probably do. I don't know. At the moment, it's kind of interesting as well with like everything that's going on. So for those who don't know, I'll give a refresher while I finish the cigarette. So last night, like the Demon Mama extended war continued. President Sunday got very angry at Tyler. Fucking livid, ladies and gentlemen. And did like 3 streams in one day. I'm not even kidding. Three streams in one day. He just went live, did his little thing. He ended up in Tyler's Discord, fought with Tyler, went live again, went fucking like at Tyler, ended stream, and then just sort of went live again for like a little stream at the end, which is like it's clearly got him quite upset. Tyler for his part has been angry in his Discord. And fucking understandably, I think both of them need some time to chill. I don't want to get between them. I like both of them, so I kind of want to them just to sort shit out, to be honest with you, because I think fundamentally, Sunday, like even if Tyler wants to make the argument that previously, I think this is his current argument, that Sunday was sweeping a bit for Demon Mama or whatever, which is this is my impression. So if I'm wrong, and that's not the fucking, I don't know, that's just the impression I'm getting, and certainly Sunday seems to have gotten. They seem to, at least now, both agree that Demon Mama, there is a problem here of some kind. That the actions of Fawn are very weird, to say the least. A little bit problematic. One thing that was interesting, I was watching Tomfoolery last night. Well, I say last night, I was watching Tomfoolery at fucking 9-10 a.m. this morning. And he was going over it. And he was using the Cope and Seethe video to go through the screenshots. Now, I don't think many people have ever watched the montage at the end of that fucking video. I don't blame a single one of you. But within that montage, there's a lot of clips of stuff from Demon Mama's server, people interacting. We do, like, load that clip section with, like, people stating their ages. And then their interactions within the server. Some of the funniest stuff as well. One thing I am considering doing now is basically just like an info dump video. I don't know if I'll do this, by the way. I haven't decided yet, so this is welcome to a sounding board stream. But I might essentially just go through and take every single bit of information we have on the whole Demon Mama thing, turn it into a video that's kind of condensed, not very funny, maybe funny. I don't fucking know. Probably just depressing, actually. And go, like, here are the bits of information. Here's what you can use. here's it presented in a really easy way. Here it is digestible. Here, so like, and then you can see where we were with kind of like what we thought was relevant, what has become relevant over time. Maybe that's useful. I don't know. So it's Tomfoolery Turkey Tom's rebrand. Tomfoolery is a political streamer who about 8 months ago now, maybe less, six to 8 months ago, somewhere along the lines. Was there any evidence DM knew the kid's age in the end? Yes, there is. So the evidence of Demon Mama knowing the kid's age, at least at some points, twofold. So firstly, there's evidence that I think somewhere in Aiko's stream, I don't know. Someone was like, it's there. There's a nuke there. Like for like Aiko's got the evidence, and that's being presented to Aiko. That's what I've heard, so I can't confirm. I haven't seen it myself. But yeah, there seems to be evidence from that stream that both Gayfesh and the general mod team knew the age of this kid. Demon Mama from some of the DMs with Glooby, because the DMs read, hey, if you're worried about the not safe for work section, you don't need to. I'm 18 now. And Demon Mama responds, well, I'm not worried now. Paraphrasing here. But it's basically that DM is essentially admittance that they've known each other long enough that when Glooby's saying, I'm 18, Demon Mama's, great, now I don't have to worry about it because I was worried before. Is the implication, right? So it's not like a shocking thing of, wow, I never knew this. What the fuck? Well, congratulations on your birthday, but this is like a bit weird that we never knew your age, and you've like worked for us and you've had close close friendships with us. Lamau, I'm steeped in commentary lore. I want research for a project. I wanted research for a project. Yeah, like, look, I fucking. Research dumps are always useful. I thought it'd be more. I thought it'd be more interesting than like a fucking Google drop. But yeah, sorry. Where the fuck were we? Oh yeah, Tomfoolery. About 8 months ago, he went fucking crazy. There were some accusations that he was a sex pest. He kind of spiraled down and destroyed his career. Pretty badly. You know, he was full-time at the time. He was a full-time streamer. This was like he had a job and stuff, but he was making bread off it. But since then, a lot of his old community sort of like evaporated. He like a lot of his bridges were burnt to the fucking ground, including with me. And since then now, Tom's like been slowly rebranding, rebuilding, but basically he goes through just like insane loops where he'll just loop over the same fucking talking points over and over again until the point where now none of us are really invested in whether Tomfoolery lied or not anymore. No one cares. At the moment, it is literally just watching Tomfoolery spiral. It's kind of like, so for the commentary people, it's kind of like Twitch Polls Tipster. It's the best way to put it, unironically, for different reasons, but like people will watch Tomfoolery for like those little bits where something insane happens. Just waiting. And then there'll be like a Tomfoolery stream every now and again. Like Chud's done one like in the last 2 months or something. Okay, final bit of catch up lore shit of what's going on and my opinions on it. And then people can ask me later on. You can be like, go rewind the stream, or I'll get one guide and go into it fucking pointlessly. Is the Jake the Viking stuff? Okay, so for those of you who were like here for the Chris Tyson like fucking leaks and everything, obviously like I spoke to the leakers. I had quite a lot of correspondence with Cookie, and I knew that a lot of stuff was coming out. For the record, I've always found the stuff with Nathan a bit weird, because, you know, Nathan's very gun-ho about, oh, well, you know, I was uncomfortable, this was weird. You go through the logs, it's like Nathan's the one who set up the Not Safe for Work channel. Nathan was highly involved. And then Nathan's the one coming out. Like, I've always thought there's something that happened between Nathan and Lava, and I've also had the impression that a lot of people don't like Lava, like, before all this happened. So I think it's very interesting now with the recent stuff that's come out, where it turns out Jake's brother-in-law is on the registry apparently. Um, that's a little fucking crazy as a thing not to mention. I will say, like, watching somebody melt down on Twitter like this, I mean, I saw some insane interactions with Keemstar, where Keemstar's like, Jake the Viking is insane. This is ridiculous. You spent this whole time sort of like clout sharking off. Jimmy knew there was something going on. Jimmy was aware. And it turns out, yeah, Jimmy was aware, because so were you. That's why you know Jimmy was aware, because it was your brother-in-law who was employed. And everyone's like, well, what are you really angry at? Are you angry at Chris Tyson, who has a Discord server with 13-year-olds in it sharing pornography? Or are you angry at some guy's brother? I'm like, I'm angry at both. And I'm angry at Jimmy. And I'm angry at the fact that, like, for some reason, this massive YouTube channel with content aimed at children employed somebody on the registry and didn't think that that was a fucking crazy thing to do. That, like, I can be angry at both. Yet, what are you talking about? This isn't like I don't have a limited amount of rage, okay? I don't have a limited amount of annoyance that, like, I'm like, oh, I have to pass this out. I can be angry at everything. Fuck you. It's the fucking answer. Jesus Christ. The rabbit hole keeps getting deeper. Yeah, look, the Mr. Beast stuff's fucking insane, okay? Like, and this whole thing of the guy, like, I saw Turkey Tom on Chuds, and I don't know whether I'm maybe a bit more middle ground than some people. Like, the takes I've heard are, Jimmy committed war crimes, to this, you voluntarily got into the war crime. Like, and you could leave anytime. So, I think Turkey Tom's take is actually pretty reasonable, and there's, you know, additional pressures. It seems a bit weird. It's clearly not taking account of anything. But I think from my perspective, I'm like, yeah, like it's content, and everyone, you know, if we're talking about the stuff that people put each other through for content, I think that's a difficult place to put people, because a lot of content creators, not just Mr. Beast, make content that is dangerous or you know, questionable, or can, like, have additional elements to it. I mean, a lot of what happens in things like commentary is, you know, people get bullied and the piss ripped out of them. It's like, it's not like usually ethical content, but even when, you know, you're looking at the stuff that's happened, like, so for people who are familiar with previous Mr. Beast controversies, there was the hide and seek chick, who's also come out and said that Mr. Beast, like, stole, like, Mr. Beast group, like, collected girls' underwear. That fucking what? Like, why would anyone trust you? You went around complaining that, like, yeah, that person, by the way, has a failing channel. They are like, they're a cooking YouTuber, and, like, if you ever watch their stuff, it's kind of like, it's like gaming, nerdy cakes and shit like that. And then she built, like, a whole studio, and her channel's just dying. Basically, that's where we are. Excuse me. So let's face it, if they're content creators, they were likely not vetted. Yeah, I mean, YouTube isn't television. Okay. Firstly, YouTube isn't television. I don't think it's governed by the same rules. I think there's the different governances for different things. It depends what country you're in. You know, like, well, fucking hell. I mean, look what's happening in the UK with the way social media's been treated over here. But ultimately, yeah, people are kind of just doing things and building production companies around themselves, and it's all, you know, there's a level of professional YouTube standard, but that can be fucking miles away, and often is, from anything in the real world professional standard. And even then, for anyone who knows anything about, like, television shows, like, different kind of particularly panel shows involving, or like, the, you know, things like Celebrity Big Brother, or I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, or stuff. I know horror stories from some of those, especially when it's, like, competitive, where they're like, it's a celebrity and we'll teach them a skill. I've heard some real fucking horror stories from those through people I know in the industry. without getting too far into it. So, you know, it's not like Jimmy is an exception in those regards. Do you need a TV license for a monitor? No, you don't. You need a TV license in the UK to watch live content and live televised content. That also includes things like BBC Live iPlayer, and actually includes BBC iPlayer now. And you need it to watch television. I don't have a TV license, but I don't watch TV and I don't watch live content, so I don't need one. It's very simple. Just get a phone call from every now and again going, do you need a TV license or do you need to go to court? And I go, I don't need a TV license. Okay. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. According to Jake, Delaware convinced Jimmy that he wasn't a threat, so he was some form of convincing. So here's the thing. People keep saying this thing of, and I'm not saying this towards you because I've heard you're not the first person that I've heard this argument from. Well, he convinced him he wasn't a threat, you know, and it's years ago. It doesn't matter. What qualifications does Mr. like what understanding does Jimmy have of what makes somebody a fucking threat? And why would you take that risk? Absolutely fucking wild. I know I'm stupid, but how's social media handled in the UK? Also, without getting political, thoughts on the riots right now. Social media is like... The UK doesn't have free speech. We do not have free speech in the UK. We have certain areas in the UK which are free speech zones. This sounds like one of those things that got set up like 10 years ago, but it's actually quite an old British tradition. There are like public areas that have been designated as free speech zones in law for significant periods of time. I think it's going back a century or two. There's one in London that's particularly famous. But generally speaking, in the UK, you can be prosecuted for your speech. Now, I want to be clear that while the arrests seem very high for that, it's, you know, part of the problem is like the way the bills are put together are a bit broad. It's politics catching up with the online world, and it needs refinement. And it also depends where you are. Like in Scotland, for instance, a girl was arrested for posting rap lyrics on Facebook. And a lot of it comes down to reports. So basically, you're reported under the Offence Act. Sucks to be in the UK. Yeah, I mean, it's fucking... A lot of the people who are getting picked up at the moment are getting picked up for inciting violence. That is not just on one side, by the way, to be clear. It's on both sides. Like, a Labour councillor was also picked up for this, because he was at a counter-protest and said some incendiary stuff. My general thoughts on the riots are... I'm not going to fucking say anything. I'm actually not. I obviously have opinions, but I really don't want to get political with this stuff. By and large, I'm going to give the same take that I do on anything like this, is that peaceful protest is an essential part of the democratic process. Violent protest, it doesn't help anybody. It only seems to harm and target civilian members of the public. It will turn you against the cause, and generally speaking, shouldn't be necessary in a civilized society. Stop breaking shit. Stop fighting in the streets. That's pretty much my take. And I'm not going to give, like, I don't want to give a take some wider context. So I'm left wing, so you can probably breed into a few of those. Just from the fact of where I stand in general politics. I don't want to get hit by a brick. Yeah. I agree hiring Delaware was dumb. I find it weird how hard people are attempting to sweep for Delaware. So let me explain this one. Hold on, I'll read one more as well before I do it. You'll need to talk to your officials thinking the US would extradite for... okay, nerd. I actually don't think that's what that police officer was saying. I think that is a misread. I think it was specifically talking about like actions taken against very particular things overseas, but also like yeah, there's a lot of complexity there. I don't think the British police are proposing to extradite random American citizens to the UK for tweets. I think everyone knows that's an insane thing to think. To put it in the ways Mr. Beast can have a base level of understanding, you're a threat to the brand. If you're found out, you're a threat. What Delaware did was still heinous and should never be with kids. True. Okay, so the reason people are sweeping for Delaware is because there are a lot of people right now who just want to burn Chris Tyson. And this isn't a transphobia thing, by the way. There are a lot of people, like, in a drama like this, because as fucked as all this shit is, it is a drama. The only thing they're concerned with is burn Chris Tyson. Burn Chris Tyson. And anything else other than that is a distraction. We had this during the I Am Alex stuff. So when, like, we came out as Cope and Seethe and pointed out that Alice had named Alex racist N-word in, like, the Twitter as like her name for him in her phone. People are like, you're trying to cancel Alice. You're trying to cancel her because you've pointed out that she's used a racial slur, but she's a victim. You're trying to protect Alex because you're trying to sweep for him. I'm like, no, I Am Alex. I hate I Am Alex. I've hated I Am Alex since the Slazo stuff. I was always very, very much on the sides of Slazo, but I pointed it out because it's there. Well, and Jenny found it, and I was like, this is funny. That's funny. That's why. But people get very freaked out because they're like, this is the narrative. This is what we need to deal with. And anything that's a distraction from that, you're sweeping. You're trying to dilute the conversation. The other side with this is Jake has been somebody who's like very much on the side. Jimmy knew. So people are very reluctant to burn Jake if they're going after either Mr. Beast or Chris Tyson, because Jake has been like he's on our side, right? That's why it's like that. I cannot stress this enough. Incredibly cringy gay behavior to do shit like that. Don't fucking do that. Accept the things in front of you, because if you're only interested in fucking team sports, you don't care about truth, victims, or anything. You are worse than people like me. Do you understand that? Like, if you're that person, you are worse than the shit-stirring, drama-mongering scum that make money off this shit. Way worse. Because you're just there for your particular pound of flesh. Fuck those people. But thank you for giving me a moral level at which I am actually better than you. Also, like and subscribe. Love this shit. I don't know you or how you navigate things at that point. I didn't know you or how you navigate things at that point. I was wrong about that. Was that... Oh, Rocky, were you talking about the Alex stuff? Yeah, no, look, people can be wrong all the time. And that's fine. That's absolutely fine. You, like, I want to say one thing as well. I really value, actually, the amount of people who shout at me. It's really nice. It is so much more fun having an audience that can turn up and hate me, at times. And it's quite nice when, you know, I had this recently, actually. I won't give you a specific example because I've said I'll keep some bits of it quiet, but somebody was screaming about me, like really fucking angry, like this Beckett guy, I hope everything bad under the sun happens to him. And I posted and basically said, hey, look, you're right, I'm a terrible person, I'm awful, I'm not going to disagree with you, but you can DM me and we can talk about it, because you seem legitimately upset about something. And they did DM me, again, very, very angry. But they said something in this DM that really struck a chord with me, which was, I can't do anything but be angry, but be mean to you. That's all I can do, and that's what I'm going to do. And I basically said, that's really sad. I actually feel bad for you. I know what it's like not to have a platform. I know what it's like to have people talk shit about you. And I looked at what they had and like what had happened, and I was like, okay, cool. I think this is actually a mistake on my part. And I went and corrected it. And they were like, I can't believe you corrected this. I did not expect that. I was like, yeah, just fucking talk to me. Like, it's fine. 99% of the time, I'll be like, it stands. It is going to stay that way. Be angry. But occasionally, I will actually be like, oh, okay, yeah, I will do that because you're upset, and it's not fair that you're upset. So. I remember DMing you my dog's Norwich trait. Fucking hell. Oh yeah, the Alex stuff. Yeah. Well, look, I'm glad that you have stuck around, Rocky, and I hope you enjoy the content and things and actually have fun. And also, actually, speaking about the Alex stuff, where the fuck is I Am Alex? Every time there is a new controversy, this motherfucker must be so happy. He must be ecstatic. He must be like, right, that's another fucking week that I don't have to do a response. And I'm like, shit. I want to make this very clear. I hate I Am Alex. I really fucking hate I Am Alex. So the problem is, like, this year has been so weird that it's just like domino after domino after domino, whether it's Boogie, Dr. Disrespect, Chris Tyson, I Am Alex, Mama Max, fucking who else have we had that's like been like decapitated on the altar of content. And and I'm legitimately just like, I do not want this I Am Alex thing to just end with him fading into the darkness. I would like him to come back with a ukulele and a harmonica and sing me a fucking song. Locale Live's been. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. And like fucking Tommy beating Keemstar. Someone told me recently that Keemstar knows who we are, and I was like, I don't know if that's a good thing. I Am Alex has the devil's luck, yeah. Leo Convoy, obviously, yeah. Yeah, true, Blake. True. What a time to be alive! Oh, fucking hell. Right, that was a fun catch up. Anything else going on that we can... Do you see how much I'm avoiding reading this fucking book? I'm Alex, can't sing, his tongue is too big. That's so mean. That's so fucking mean. Yeah, I don't know. The Jake stuff... Yeah, okay, actually, I'm going to talk a little bit more about this. Oh, fuck, there is something. Oh, Jesus, I wanted to do it tonight, and I've forgotten right until now. So Keemstar did a Twitter space. Keemstar did a Twitter space. I have that Twitter space downloaded on the fucking Nathan stuff. I might do that next week as the Jake stuff evolves. Brad Taste came back to X. Oh, the Brad Taste stuff, of course. Christ. Oh, actually, I'll tell you something funny about the Brad's Taste stuff. So, so a few weeks ago, you might remember, I took some time off because I needed to go to like the other side of the country to do some work. And I was out drinking with a colleague of mine, younger guy. I've known him for a few years now, and we get on quite well. And he knows about the YouTube channel. He doesn't know what the YouTube channel is called. It's like, I'd love to watch the YouTube channel. I'm like, no. But we were chatting about content, and he's a musician. And he was like, oh, there is like a YouTuber I quite like. I used to watch him back in the day. Brad Taste. And I was like, oh, really? Let me tell you all about what Brad Taste is doing now. Have you ever heard of another musician with some interesting opinions on rape? He was like, oh god, no. Beckett. He's a good lad. $2 from QTVs. You can always give us a BattleTech unlock. That's true. God, there's a BattleTech story I wanted to go over as well at some point. We'll do that. That sounds like so much fun. I will say this. Yeah, it's nice. I've got a few friends, actually, IRL friends who are into commentary stuff. Who haven't found the channel, but they're aware that I'm doing it. I've got one friend who saw me on like someone else's panel like a year ago, which was interesting. Oh my god, I love telling coworkers internet lore. Yeah, I have to be careful. I have to be careful because like everyone around me is a nerd. Like the average water cooler conversation at my workplace is, "What is your favorite rock? How do you feel about this particular type of fauna or flora? And what's currently happening? What's happening with this tree?" That's the sort of thing that we talk about because we're nerds. Or like data, lots of conversations about data because everyone's a nerd. Our word discourse is real. What the fuck? Yeah. Check out the Rose Malay podcast episode. I want to see the Cope and Seath podcast do well. I know it's new. I know it's new and scary, guys, but it is good. Jenny and I think, are doing a good job. We're putting out a good show for you guys. And some of it's very funny. Check out the Rose Malay episode. I think it's quite good. I hope it's good. It took me a long time to edit, actually. I don't know. I spend more time editing like the podcasts for this channel than I do when it's like an hour recording podcast episode. Beckett into BattleTech. How can one man be so based? Oh, thanks. Yeah, I love BattleTech. I really fucking like BattleTech lore. There is a channel actually who I will actually just straight up go to very quickly and show you guys. Called Black Pants Legion. And I will link it. This guy has some absolutely fucking banging BattleTech lore videos. So if you go to TED Talks BattleTech, oh my god, it's so good. Where are we? I'll show you an example of this guy. Where is it? The really good one. Is it this one?
God damn it, Catch.
Yeah, I think it's this.
And now.
Yeah, the battle. Like, just this. So, for those who don't know, God, we are so fucking off topic. It is unreal, but I actually don't care. It's going to be one of those streams people can click on and go, wow, I thought his thumbnails really match what we're talking about. Maybe I'll remake the thumbnail. I'm going to send you a pic on Twitter of a gift I got for my husband. Based. Okay, so background to this before we listen to a little bit of it, because I actually want you to go and subscribe to this channel and watch these, okay? I genuinely do. You will be better people at the end of it. Okay, so the general story is, this is like during the clan invasion of like the kind of main BattleTech universe where the clans push in. Starcom set up an ambush war thing, and this is just how Black Pants starts like talking about the war, and it's so good.
The planet-wide battle lasted from the 1st of May to the 20th. For 20 days, the fate of the Inner Sphere was held in the balance as a telecom company fought invaders from beyond the sphere. And how they did it is really something else. Comstar may be a lot of things, crazy, duplicitous, deceptive, all-knowing, quasi-religious fanatics, but they had very little practical experience in warfare. In fact, prior to this point, Comstar more or less had to eliminate problems using the old Soviet method. Comstar was beneath everything else.
Listen to this guy's fucking voice. Holy shit. Okay, there you go. That's Black Pants Legion. Ever heard of Pancreas No Works channel? I don't think I have. Thank you for the 2, Brian. Let's have a look. It's gonna be one of those things where I get like flash bombed, isn't it? We'll have a look. Oh, it's a Warhammer channel. Interesting. Let's have a quick look at that. I love these. I'm actually a massive Major Kill fan. I used to be a massive Arch fan as well. I really like Arch's I really like Archer's Battle of Varax series, where it's like 60 hours long and it's like completely fucking insane. Someone has to give me an explanation of what BattleTech is. BattleTech is a tabletop game with a lot of lore, basically giant mech robot things, kind of being piloted. Diesel, Diesel, good evening, Diesel. Comstar, how you doing, buddy? Diesel just popped by. She'd be like, "How you doing? We're meant to be recording an episode tomorrow. We've put it off for 2 days. You should check out Internet Explorer's podcast as well. It's really good." Diesel listens to Beckett as he gets the maid outfit. Both are like, yeah, I think we just both watch each other. Diesel's my bro. Everyone knows that.
The Imperium of Man. It's a hot mess.
Oh, that is a great fucking voice.
There's a whole lot of negative descriptions I can give it, all of which the average Imperium fan will be happy to explain why they aren't actually bad things.
I do know who this is. I do know who this is. What the fuck am I talking about? Yes, he did the D&D videos back in the day. I was like, I don't know who that is. And then I scrolled through and I'm like, I've like clearly watched these videos. Yes, I can just never remember his name. Thank you. Ah, fuck. Okay, you can see I've got Shad up as well. We will do some Shad stuff. BattleTech is a Game of Thrones meets Mad Max in space with badass mecha. That's a banging description. That's such a good fucking description of BattleTech. Here's Diabetes. I love Pancreas, no work. Yeah, it's fucking, you know, I get nice comments about my voice. I get the odd nice, oh, Becca has a nice accent, nice voice. But like there are other YouTubers and I listen to them and I'm like, I am so fucking jealous of you. You sound so good, and it's not just the mic. I know you sound like that in real life. I know you walk up to people in real life and you sound like that, and I hate you. I am deeply offended. Oh god, I just got into Warhammer. Now I see this. I'm gonna be busy tomorrow. Yeah, like there's some fucking great Warhammer lore tubers out there. Angus is one of them. I like Major Kill. I like Major Kill for the memes. I get that with Mr. Creepypasta. This is just me turning into like recommend better YouTubers than Becca. Okay. DK would love your accent. Well, that's nice. I think. I bought a 40k game recently, and I do like it, but I'm also a writer, and what kept me away from 40k is that the lore is nonsensical. If you want to get into 40k reading, there are maybe like 3 or 4. Like don't go and read the fucking Horus Heresy, okay? Don't try and read the Horus Heresy. It is convoluted and all over the place. Go and read the Caiaphas Cain novels, because they're amazing. The Infinite and Divine, which is a Necron book. It's probably the Necron book, even if you know nothing about Warhammer lore, is incredible. It's really, really good. The Eisenhorn novels are really good, and the Night Lord series. The Night Lord series is really surprising. You've got like the Night Lords, for those who don't know, are like a fucking. They're like space marines that use terror to scare people as part of their battle tactics. But they're like, the Night Lord books are like really heartfelt, kind of emotional, because it's like a broken legion. It's really good. They're kind of like space marine pirates. What's the stream about today? Honestly, I'm just randomly talking about random shit to avoid reading more chat. Listen to people talk about the heresy, true. You monster, Horus Rising is a national treasure. Look, the Horus Heresy is great, but you shouldn't start there. That should not be the first thing you try to read as Warhammer lore. Horus did nothing wrong, holy shit. I'm Horus and this is the Heresy, Disney Channel music, Jesus Christ. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, no, we're going to go into some chat stuff. Okay, so. Fuck. Chapter 2. I was born to loving parents in the city of Sunview, though now you would know it as the capital, Highdawn. My father was an educated man, despite growing up under the boot of the aristocracy. Oh my god, it's so edgy already. So my family hadn't exactly been as poor as the rest of the country. This meant I received a good education, mostly in mathematics and engineering. It's so much so much. He just wants to insert himself, and I do mean that in the gayest way possible. The latter being my father's trade, and something I myself learned to love. So when we left this, he was challenging the farmer who was carrying him in a carriage to a duel to prove a point. I kind of want to see how Shad writes his duel. So for those who don't know about this book, one of the ways that Shad advertised his book to people was this book was going to have detailed sword fighting choreography in it. It was going to be, that was its selling point. It is a fantasy book with accurate swordsmanship and like weapon, like all this shit in it. My suspicion is that is not carried through to the writing. That courts on the Golden Throne is a monster who oppresses humanity. God, Jesus Christ, Jack. I will have no heresy here. What is this? This is a book by someone called Shadiversity, who is we'll get into some Shadiversity lore because I think that'll be fun. But basically, he is a right-ish wing YouTuber who does like medieval history weapons combat videos, and has slowly destroyed his channel by being a bit of a lolcow and defending AI. He's got some very hot takes about how AI is the future and is great for art and is just as if you use AI, you are a real artist. Is Shadiversity's take. A lot of people laughed at him for this. He got very upset about it, and then he basically destroyed his channel over it. It's been an interesting arc. Yes, I love characters who never have any struggles in their lives. He's had many struggles. He is, of course, I mean, this is like the book is at this point taking part at the end of his life, and at this, it's bad. Show his interaction with a brother before reading. Okay, cool. We'll do that. We'll do that. I will trust Jack. I will trust Jack. Where we got it? There we go. Oh, fuck this one. Okay, bear with me 1 second. Sorry, guys. Give me a sec. Thank you, Beetle Pins. That's fucking great. I'll send it to her. Right, okay.
Artist. Alrighty. My artistry is actually at a professional level.
And we'll give him like martial arts. You weren't like Olympic level.
This is
martial arts.
professional. No, I'm not. But I think artistry should be at 2 and Rad is 2.
Okay. I think
this is
we
my
need to
honest
decide.
opinions.
Wait. Role-playing ourselves in a zombie apocalypse at PAX. Fucking hell, Shad.
Alrighty. My artistry is actually at a professional level.
And we'll give him.
My artistry is at a professional level. I'm gonna show you some of his fucking art. I'm gonna show you some of his fucking art. That's what we're gonna do. Holy shit.
Like martial arts. You weren't like Olympic level.
This is
martial arts.
professional. No, I'm not. But I think artistry should be at 2 and Rad is 2.
Okay. I think
this is
we
my
need to
honest
decide.
opinions. You can get 2 in writer.
Yeah,
when
I'd
you
agree
become
with that.
published.
Thing is,
Okay.
no. I've had agents accept my word.
You can have 2 in writer when you become published. That's so fucking mean. That's funny though. That's fucking amazing.
It's not the same.
No.
It's not, it isn't the same.
That is said with a huge amount of ignorance in regards to the publishing and writing
I'm
industry.
sure it is.
So,
I'm sure it is.
It is profoundly.
Oh my god, he's so hurt.
But the thing is, we gave him to an artist because it's his full-time
This
job.
has become
and
a
he gets
really
paid for it.
loaded episode.
I'm not
We're
saying
not
your writing
even
is
going to get to
bad.
play.
I'm not saying your
See,
art
my-
just
my
addressing
art
each other.
is
It's good.
Easily
It's
at
good.
professional standard.
Yes.
And people have commissioned me. It's just
Agreed.
I haven't chosen
But
to
Can I
use
say
it.
This is
though,
vocation.
there are a
This is
lot
job.
of people who are at a professional standard who can't work as an artist.
Yeah, but we're talking about skill,
Like-
not, wanting to
Yeah, I
work.
know,
at it.
but like,
Joss, you need to be very honest.
if you were to
about
get
my
to-
level
if I'm
as an
going to be
artist.
very honest, I love you. I'd say appoint an artist.
Well, no, because then you should get a point first. We have our strengths and weaknesses, and you know what my strengths are in artistry, and I'm easily at a professional standard.
I would be willing to give you.
This is fucking delusional. This is fucking delusional. Oh my god. So okay, I want to be really clear about something. Like, so the art on the videos for like the early Cope and Seed videos, that's my art. That's my illustration. It's shit. It's shit. Like, somebody said this recently and thought I'd be offended because they were trying to... I'm not offended. I'm well aware of where my skills lie. I just happen to like drawing. I find it enjoyable. But I'm a shit artist. I'm not good. This is fucking crazy, okay? This is insane. And secondly, and this is going to be very, very anal as a thing to say, and kind of a little bit dickish. There are many, many published authors who are picked up by publishing houses, and some very successful, who are terrible fucking writers, who are awful, just ungodly awful, and they become popular. Okay, being published is actually not a particularly good indicator of skill level. There are some incredible self-published authors, just insanely good. And actually, like, a really good example of this, I think, and it's been a while since I read it, so you're probably gonna be like, you'll go and read it and be like, what the fuck are you talking about? John Dies at the End is like an example of like a web author who eventually got picked up and turned into like a full book, but it's just great. And some of the most creative authors. Do people remember the Meat Portal stuff? Like the basically it was an author who like there's a Down the Rabbit Hole video on it where basically he posted in random Reddit threads pieces of a story. Like creativity and stuff is just like incredible. You only need the connections to get published. Sometimes it's just a publishing house looking for a general thing. I know a lot of publishers now are interested in your Twitter following, as in and social media following, because that proves that you have a baseline audience that you can sell a product to. Because writing is a business. Publishing is a business. They want to know that your work is going to sell. Their interest isn't on, is this the greatest piece of art ever? It's, hey, can I make a load of fucking money off this? So it's very, very simple. And it's the same thing for like professional artists. There are lots of professional artists who aren't very good. They comparatively. Because the point is that they have picked up and put in collections. A lot of it's like, for anyone who knows about like the fucking like art write-off shit, you know, and then you get artists who are on the street, just street artists who are fucking incredible, never get into a gallery. Well, if you were a high-selling self-published author, I'd be impressed, but any ass hack can self-publish. It's much harder finding an agent than an editor to take a risk on you. That is true. That is true. I'd say that, you know, there's a YouTuber who I can never remember the name of, but he's like written multiple books that are like self-published. He does this whole kind of like very weird kind of like philosophical work. He's very good. I'll try and dig him out at some point, but next time I do a book stream, I'll give a recommendation. And ironically though, Becca, I can give you some resources whenever I find fundamental studies relaxing and therapeutic, like plant and bug studies. Yeah, you can send, you know, people can send me stuff. I mean, I like drawing because I find it relaxing. I learned to draw. I learned like the basics of drawing, like drawing like shapes and like real basics of the shit at school. Like when I spent time with tattooists. I'm still not very good, but I have fun. That's, I'm not trying to turn it into a living, and I'm not, this fucking delusional.
2 points in writer. I'll put it that way.
Art easily is on 2 points. I'm at a professional standard, and you know that.
I'm respectfully disagree.
Your strengths are expression, expression and colour.
We don't need.
But my strengths are anatomy and character.
Absolutely, you're a skilled artist. That's good.
It's a point of reference.
This is so incredibly painful to watch. You haven't seen I should introduce you to booktuber drama? Fucking, I can imagine. Okay, fun fact about me. I think I mentioned before, I've been published in small press for poetry. And when I was a teenager, I actually did poetry slams and went to different clubs and things and read poetry. Holy fucking shit, there is a reason I left that space. It is the most ego-driven, insane shit ever. And so many people are crap. They're so bad. They're so unbelievably awful. And because they are terrible as well, and it's entirely ego-driven, anybody who's good is envied and shit talked. And I actually, I know a couple of other poets who, one of which who's gone on to do it semi professionally. Fucking hates the space for that. I remember one girl actually, who this is years ago. This is when I was 18. We were talking about her writing outside in a smoking area. And she turns to me and says, well, I've got a very creative style. What I do is I don't use any punctuation in my work. I write this as kind of just a flow. And I think it's really unique. I really want to push the boundaries. And I went, oh, edge, edge, edge. Which is basically, Edge, 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 for those who don't know, is a French novel. It is incredibly fucking violent. It is, I believe, about occupation. It's been a long time since I read any of it. But the whole thing is commas all the way through. That's the only punctuation, basically, is commas. And there's a full stop at the end. And it's to create the impression. You can turn to any page and there's something fucking horrific happening. Someone's being violated in some way. It was banned on release. But, it's a very particular style used to invoke a very particular thing, very rare. And I said, oh, edge, edge, edge. And she went, what? Edge, edge, edge. And I basically just did what I did now and explained what edge, edge, edge is. And she got very quiet and very annoyed with me that her sort of unique idea, that this thing that she was very proud of, existed and was already a very, very famous, very horrific book with quite a lot of lore and shit surrounding it. And that's sort of what you get occasionally, right? It's Beckett, would you read House of Leaves to us? I don't know what House of Leaves is. I've never heard of House of Leaves. If you tweet at me and tell me about House of Leaves, I will take a look at it. Anyone who loves or worships AI art is just lazy. Any skill can be improved if you work at it. That's true. Okay, any skill can be improved. There are always going to be limits on your skill. There is always going to be someone more talented than you. There is always going to be someone smarter than you and stronger than you and faster than you. If not, and even if you're at the top of the level, one day you are going to be surpassed. That's fine. Here's the key thing for anyone trying to do anything creative. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if somebody's better than you. It doesn't matter if somebody is funnier than you or more creative than you or is more unique or original. If you can make something that makes you happy to create and other people can enjoy, all the fucking better. But the main point of art is expression. Creativity is to express and communicate. And if you're able to find a way to do that, you are successful. That's it. You don't have to be the best, and there is nothing wrong with not being the best. Yes, so we are going to show Shadiversity's art and we are going to rip the shit out of it. That is true. That is a thing we are going to do.
How applicable is this to zombie apocalypse in packs? Whatever, I have 2 points in this, trying to get. Alright. It's okay if someone needs to join the group and they need their...
No.
They will only be persuaded by an artist writer.
So you're just giving it to me to try and satisfy me?
Somewhat, because you won't stop arguing, so that's okay.
So he finally gets him to give it to him, and he's like, so you're only doing this to placate me? It's like, yes, please shut the fuck up. And he's still not happy, because he knows he doesn't agree.
Because it's actually not supposed to be you who decides the outcome, but you're not letting that happen, so... I'm just being honest.
My camera froze.
Your strengths are definitely in character expression, on facial expressions, and also in colouring and stuff like that. But the anatomy side of things, I think I do really well at.
Yeah, I
Character
agree.
anatomy.
I guess in terms of
proportion specifically.
We don't need to sit on this. We really don't. We can talk about this on the drive home. It's not applicable. We should play a game. This is not entertaining.
How's your battery doing?
I'm sure people actually find
fun.
it incredibly entertaining.
Leave your comments in the section. Oh my god, this is awkward.
That is fucking brutal. Oh my god. Shadiversity AI art. Let's have a look at his AI art. We'll use Reddit. We'll break my cardinal rule and use Reddit. Shadiversity farming more elves by saying his art skills are increased by using AI. My skills are increasing. Making a video as we speak, showing my process and how I got these results. The level of artistry needed, the technical knowledge required, and the amount of work involved I think is going to shock people. My AI-assisted art skills 6 months ago. My AI-assisted art skills now. Don't let people tell you AI art requires no skill and you just press a button to make AI-assisted art. Do you think that it improved over a 6 month period because AI art improved over a 6 month period? AI dweebs out there being so deluded that when AI models get updated, they believe it's actually increasing their skills. Also kind of funny how the better image isn't even really better, it's just a different setting. Found this clip of him arguing with his brother. I don't want to watch this vid. I don't blame you. He argues with the brother and friends in public. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's see. There's one particular image. Yes. Shadiversity's weird AI art. Look at this shit. Oh, well, that's the wrong box. He had one where she's like fighting a dragon or some shit. And it's like, oh, here we go. This. Look at the fucking state of that. Okay. I want to give one piece of defense to AI art, and it is one. I know this is going to be an this is a risky take with so many artists, but I want to give one piece of defense that not everyone is going to be as lucky as I am to have so many friends in the online space who are incredibly talented artists. And it is really nice, and I love the fact that people do fan art of me. I love the fact that people, like if I'm like, hey, can you do me like a Care Bear for Beetle or like some piece of art, or like somebody came to, like Nikki came and said, oh, can I do the thumbnail art for the crystal one? I'm very lucky. And if this brings him joy, making this fucking awful mess of a picture, then at least that's at least good for him. At least like, because fuck, poor edge alignment. I literally don't know what the hell. Like, I don't know how you post this and think this is good. I think someone did a better drawing of it as well. I think somebody Yo, this was fun. Try 2 hours painting. Yeah, someone just drew the actual art of it. It was like way better. Some of these are fucking incredible. That's so funny. What's wrong with her leg? What's wrong with her leg? We're literally never gonna get to the book at this rate. Can he actually draw anything? He is an AI artist. I don't know what you're talking about. In fact, before we get to the book,
you might have heard that you.
So Shadiversity did a video. After all that, like the AI stuff really struck him. Like it really hit quite hard at his credibility, and people were just like, "This is so depressing." He did like a video. This is called "YouTube is killing this channel. Shadiversity is dying," because people weren't watching as much, and it's like, yeah. Now Shadow has 1.6 million subs. And actually, what we're going to do is just very quickly, I'm going to show you early Shadiversity. Like, super early Shadiversity. What's his oldest? His oldest is like 9 years ago. And this is what Shad used to be like. We'll go ahead a little bit. We'll give a fair impression because he improved over time a little bit. God, this is like 8 years ago. Christ. Oh my god, a video, I was wrong.
Greetings, I'm Shad, and I love learning. Though I should probably clarify that to say I love learning things that I am interested in. Because learning about things that I'm not interested in, say, you know, the American Revolution. No offense to those who, you know, have a passion for that period of history, but for me, I would have a passing interest for it, but I don't have a passion. And so, you know, when it gets to the real dry stuff, like, you know, yeah, it can be a bit boring. But for things that I'm interested in, like swords and knights and castles and science fiction.
I think Shad's also, like, if you look at this now, like, he's not in armor and stuff. He's sat in a chair, like a nice wooden chair, just talking about how he cares about things. And I think Shad's one of these YouTubers who's an excellent case study in ego. Like, and everyone should watch their ego. Everyone should be careful of it. Because right now, if he's doing a video saying, I was wrong, I was incorrect about this, let me correct the record, somebody pointed out I was wrong, I'm not mad. I just like to learn. That's pretty based. That's a pretty based position to be in. In fact, fuck. Hold on. We'll let this play because I want to search for something because I feel like I'm right about something.
And or just science and heaps of stuff, right? And so as someone who loves learning about things that I love, you always learn new things, and your knowledge base is a continually evolving thing, especially when new information arises or you hear something you haven't heard before. And so new things come in and old things get thrown out the window. And so because of that, it is just unavoidably, you're eventually going to come across many things that you once believed to be true that are now untrue. And
I can't find it. I swear to God that there is a crossover episode between Shadiversity and like overly sarcastic productions. I swear I remember that happening, which is like the most wild thing possible because overly sarcastic productions, who I really like actually, I really like Red and Blue, are pretty left wing. There is another video where he argues with a knife expert due to him using shit throwing knives. I've seen that one. God.
And if you're in a position where you were trying to share your opinions and things you loved, you've probably said things that have been inaccurate. And of course, that is something that I have done many times in the past. And as a YouTuber, I have YouTube videos with statements here and there that I have now learnt to be factually incorrect. Things, and I've learned them to be incorrect either from my own study or from other people pointing them out. But you might not be aware of those things, which is the purpose of this video. I'm going to share with you some of the things that I have said that I have later learnt to be incorrect. completely or even perhaps a bit out of context. So I'm going to share what the truth is with you, or at least the correct context in which it should be understood in things I've said in the past. Not everything, just the things that either need clarification or have been wrong. I should say, if there...
See, there's a nice bit of physical humor there. I mean, look, it's YouTube 7 years ago, guys. Come on, we can't be too harsh. But it's a nice bit of physical humor. It's going, I need to correct the record on certain things. Miss this, Shad? Yeah. Fuck, it's weird. It's weird. Do you know when you watch somebody's, like, ancient stuff and they're a dick now and you're like, oh, I remember why I watched you. Like, I remember why I know who you are. Oh. And here I am in the peasant maxing shirt. I fucking love this shirt. Anyway, right, okay.
There are some of you, my viewers, regular viewers or subscribers, who have disagreed with some of the things I have shared and tried to correct me on them in the comments below, and I do not mention them
literal armchair historian. Jesus fucking Christ.
Them in this video. That could be the result of a number of things. I disagreed with you. Okay, I looked at your evidence and still disagreed, so that could be one thing. The other thing is that I just didn't see your comment. If you have a look, there can be quite a lot of them, all right? Especially if it's a while after I've posted the video. When I first post videos, I usually try and watch the comments quite closely. But then, if it's been a week or a month after, it's very easy to get lost within the slew in the crowd. That's a better way. Lost within the crowd. So my apologies if you feel neglected or I haven't addressed your objections, but those are the reasons. I might still just disagree with you, or I just haven't seen it. Having said that, there is a small minority of commenters who raise objections who just didn't watch the video closely enough, and they just completely missed the context. That is at least clear enough for most people to understand. So there are some arguments that, the small majority of you raised that are actually invalid because you just need to watch the video a bit more closely and understand what I'm saying. And in extension to that, this video...
Oh, that's an interesting little touch. For some of you, maybe... pay fucking attention. There's this interesting process that happens, I think. Like, I remember when I was a wee streamer. I was a wee streamer with like 5 people in chat. And, you get a really different chat experience to like, everyone in your chat. You've probably like had DMs with everyone. And now, like, I'll see, like, I will miss so much of fucking chat, especially if it's like a big stream. If there's like 300-400 people watching, I will miss so much shit in chat. Like, occasionally, I go back and watch my streams. Occasionally, not all the time. I'm not like a fucking lunatic, but like occasionally, I'll be like, I remember saying this. Did I say this? I just want to check whether I said this thing and it made sense and whether I'm a dick. And I'll go back and check. And occasionally when I'm doing that, I'll look at the chat and be like, fuck, that was a funny comment. I can't believe I missed that. It's really annoying. Which is, I think, why I want to do more streams like this, which are, like, more chilled out. Because then I can actually see you guys say things. It's nice. I missed that. You didn't understand my video code. Yeah, so many people. Listen, many people who disagree with me fully understand what I mean. And still think I'm a dick. Okay, so this is old Shad. We'll go to current Shad. Doesn't he look tired? Doesn't he look fucking tired? What's with the leather jacket? And now it's got all this D&D stuff there, like, look, I can't bitch too hard, but I just happen to have bookshelves. I've got nothing else interesting in this house. Well, I do, but it's all like paintings and shit, or mirrors and fucking, or antiques or random shit. Don't know why I'm telling you this. So this is just the most interesting setup behind me I have in this house. I refuse to use a green screen. Came in touch today. Oh, we're just chatting about Shadiversity, and we will read some of his book in a bit. I'm just procrastinating horribly.
YouTube channels have a life cycle, and although that's not applicable to every content creator, it is to some.
Yes, it is, actually. Yes, it is. Every YouTuber has a life cycle. Every single YouTuber, every single celebrity, every single writer, every single artist of any kind has a life cycle, Shad. Please shut up.
And
I want to see antiques. I'll get some at some point for you. Just bring out antiques. The why you should rob Beckett stream. That's what I'll call it. Here's the valuable items in my home. Here's my mother's ashes. I keep them in this cupboard.
it seems like Shadiversity might be reaching its end. Shadiversity, the channel, is dying, and it's not for the quality of content.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Shad. Yes, it is. It's both for the quality of content and because you've gone fucking insane.
Genuinely believe, and the feedback certainly is to this effect, that we've been making some of the best content we ever have. And hundreds of thousands of people have been interested and are still in, or would be, and want to watch if they had actually been getting recommended the content.
For a laugh!
People reaching out to me saying that they thought I had stopped uploading. But no, we've been releasing content as normal. They just stopped getting recommended it. And I'll show the evidence of what's going on. There's been a change in the last few months that has caused a stark and genuinely devastating suppression of our content's reach to both new viewers and current subscribers. As a result, views are down and revenue is the worst that it has ever been in the last 5 years. I'm not kidding. Like when we look at the revenue where it's currently at now, the only time it's been so low, 5 years ago. And so
I want to be really clear about this with algorithm. So there are a couple of things that can really affect you in the algorithm. For like it's a bit esoteric, for example. I was talking about this with somebody this morning, actually, who's smarter than I am. Low bar, I know. But like, so for instance, one of them is return viewership. Return viewership is like really, like if you want to help a stream grow or like a channel grow, just making sure you're going back and like watching a video, or like when you see it pop up, clicking on it, that kind of thing. It tells the algorithm, hey, you haven't just randomly stumbled across one thing and you will never watch anything from that person again. That's a point in the channel's favor. Engagement. Are you liking and subscribing? Are you commenting? Are you doing all these other things? All those little things build towards stuff. And actually, when you get bigger, you run the risk, actually, of much less of that return. And when your channel starts to drop off, that can have a snowballing effect within the algorithm. Now, it depends what, like, heady heights you're reaching to. One thing that's kind of interesting is, if you go through YouTube, you will find many channels with 100,000, 300,000, 500,000, a million, sometimes even 2 million subs, and you will think, wow, I have never fucking heard of this person. And you'll go to their videos page and you'll be like, wow, you have 1 million subs and your last video got 35,000 views. That's really fucking bad. That's insane that it's that bad. Because sometimes people will go viral off the algorithm, they'll get a boost, but most people who are clicking and engaging with it just aren't that interested in it. And it will just like be fucked. Beckett's live streams and new podcasts are all in my sleep stream. That's adorable. Thank you, Beetle Pins. Like, I like, you know, I'm never offended when people do the whole kind of like, I go to sleep listening to you. I'm like, I think that's quite nice, really. I go to sleep listening to Medica, honestly. Like, if I can't sleep, I'll throw on an old Medica stream, and like one of the like Sunday streams, like listen to him talk about, I don't know, some fucking insane shit. I think that's great. I think that's an excellent use. Also, Josh Strife Hayes. Josh Strife Hayes is like quite good for this stuff.
So it is quite literally only thanks to our supporters that we've been able to keep things going. And when I say keep things going, we're still in the red every single month, where I'm actually losing money each month, and where we are not sustainable at the moment. And with the projection of how things are going in terms of views and subscribers, It, like I said, these are the very real signs of a channel's imminent death. Now, you might say imminent, like what's going on.
Yeah, isn't it like those things where the more you grow, the less niche groups you can reach, right? Yeah, like it depends how much you care as well. Obviously, like I love doing this, but I don't want to be internet famous or anything. I don't want this to be like my career path kind of thing. I have a career, like I'm good, but yeah, like, and content like this actually at its base is always going to be really fucking niche. Like if I leaned really hard into just doing lore stuff, maybe, but essentially, you know, there's a select audience that wants to watch the soap opera of internet people's lives falling apart, and that is at baseline, whether it's current or past, what my content is.
Can't you just cut back
Content, by the way. let's be fucking clear about that.
costs and things like that? Making the content that we're making costs money. There are multiple people employed here, and with where things are at and where things look to be going, because it's just been getting worse, the channel in its current state will simply not be able to exist as it is. And I will talk about options about still making content and other things, but let me show you what's going on.
So the bald guy there, by the way.
And I will talk.
The bald guy left the show shortly after this happened. He's like from business stuff. We'll watch some of that video. It's fucking funny, but it's very awkward as he's leaving. But yeah, he just went and got like a real job again. It's fucking crazy. Imagine like it sounds like he's in like the city or something, like a kind of like something in finance. Honestly, I think YouTube's more fun when you keep it hobby. If you make money while doing it, it's nice. But if you don't do it, still doing it out of passion, yeah, it's just not everything. Not everything needs to be a job. Not everything in your life needs to be a job. Though, my God, the amount of time I spend doing stuff, it sometimes feels like it.
Talk about options about still making content and other things, but
and I
let me
do
show
it
you
all.
what's going on.
I do it all just for the love of it.
This is the
I'm an
current
idiot.
subscriber rate on Shadiversity for the last 90 days, and you might notice a distinct and rather abrupt drop in January, where new subscriptions to the channel simply cut off, and we've been dancing around.
Kai Rise, what's up with all this bloody production? No wonder he's bleeding money. It's interesting you say that, because when you look at when you look at reactions from you guys, where like I was showing you old Shad, and you were like, wow, Shadiversity used to be like really chilled out, like this was like, I remember this, I remember why I watched him. Now he's got all the production, all the everything, and the responses, it's kind of, it's whatever, really.
Around the 0 mark for nearly 3 months. Well, we're in the 3rd month now. The recently released videos in like this time period, over this 2 to 3 month period where subscriber growth is nearly, being non-existent, the views on the content during this time has been the worst it has been in nearly like 5 years. Some videos might not look like that. There's the odd one that does well, like the reply to Veritasium, but the subscriber growth that we gain.
There's the odd one that does well, the reply to Veritasium, when I'm calling out another YouTuber, when it's drama, shocking.
From those videos.
Do you know, guys, funnily enough, the videos, the streams that have done the best are the ones where I'm talking about major drama at the moment in the community. Isn't that weird? Isn't that fucking insane? Can you believe it? It's almost like having a trending topic that's going to capture multiple pieces of different communities where they want to know what's going on. It's good for numbers. If it's a business that supports people and their families, you have to be that numbers focused. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Trying to think of the right way to phrase this. That's true. And YouTubers like doing this for a job, I'd never criticize. It's not for me. But I've got no problem with people who do it. I think the issue comes in where people don't think about what the future looks like. If you're a YouTuber today, the chance of you having a successful career in 7-8 years is very, very low. Generally speaking, most YouTubers have a lifespan of 3 years of main content. You tend to have a build-up period where and this is actually just the average for most YouTubers. You have, and content creators generally, you have a build-up period where you are finding your feet with your content, and it is probably going to be something that looks nothing like the content you end up doing. So like Quartering's a good example of this. Quartering's original content is like claw machines, and it's a lot of like it's nerd shit, but it's very specialized. Now Quartering is like a right-wing talking rage mouth about fucking comic books and media and all this shit. And he's kind of like just the surviving corner of that market. So you'll spend the first couple of years building that, and you build an audience based around that. That audience, by and large, will disappear by the midpoint of your life cycle. You then move into, usually after 2 to 3 years, into, if you ending up doing this professionally, into like your core content, which is usually a lifespan of 3 to 5-ish years, and that's when you're really successful, and then you have a couple of years of drop off, and that's kind of it for the vast majority of YouTubers who do this professionally. You get exceptions to this rule. Andy Warski is a really interesting exception to this rule. Andy Warski's had like a career like this, where it's Andy Warski will peak into the Skeptics, have a slight drop off, and then like peak again when you had Warski Live. Massive drop off because the channel got fucking like burned to the ground. And now like a couple of years where he's doing like random things, and then a massive fucking uptick when he's doing something like Kino Casino now. So like Warski's career is like an exception to that rule, for example. Whereas you get people who are well, almost like Shad actually. Like you spend some time building stuff, you get into things, and then your channel starts to drop off and decline. Because like the people who are like your core audience for that 3 to 5 year period stop watching you. People get bored. Or because you change, which is also the case for Shad very much. Shad has changed over time, and people get like, whatever. And then like they go into the drop-off period. Whether Shad can recover from that is debatable. It's interesting, like we're talking about like the revenue here, where he's talking about like what's coming in, because part of the reason so many people use things like Patreon is because Patreon's very, very stable for 2 reasons. Firstly, because people don't really think about it. Most people will just sub to a Patreon and then never think about it again. They're like, whatever. And even like when Metica did his series on that guy with the glasses, you know, he looked at Spoonie, who's like putting in nothing out, but Spoonie was still making money on Patreon, because most people have just either gone, I remember what the content was like, it's fine, it's whatever, it's part of my Patreon. Lots of people just have like a Patreon amount each month, they sort of go, yeah, whatever. Or they've forgotten about it and they forgot to cancel it. Core audience grows, you grow, and sometimes it's just finding an alternative genre never gets old. I think that there are some YouTubers who can like keep moving between things, but I think they're exceptionally fucking rare. You know, when we look at like old YouTube as well, when you're thinking like fucking like super old, like Make Me Bad or Ray William Johnson, they made their money and got out essentially. $2. What do you think about Linus Tech Tips life cycle? I haven't been keeping up with Linus Tech Tips, so I don't have an answer for you, but I'll look at it. Because I like the train wreck. Is it a train wreck? I heard some things about Linus, but I can't remember what the fuck it was. I think the last thing I heard about Linus Tech Tips was his channel getting hacked, which was a while ago. My own viewing habits, I find, other than the content creator drama and Bloodsports, I end up cycling back to things. If the change has been too great, it's probably not for a long time. Yeah, I mean, I've said this before. I love watching maritime disaster videos, and I really like niche, like little YouTube communities. Like there's like 3 or 4. Maritime disaster YouTubers I watch. There are like 3 or 4 Warhammer or BattleTech or like lore YouTubers who I watch. It's like, and like I'll keep going back to them because they're just saying, I know you're good, I can put you on, that kind of thing. I just learned that a while ago because he mentioned the Kino Casino and they played it. Wait, what? Sorry, okay. Ray William Johnson came back. He did come back. It's been a bit weird. it's not been good. This video isn't the first help the channel Shad made. We need your help. Video almost a year prior talking about needing money to keep the channel going. Well, he is trying to build a castle out of cardboard. God, where is you are saving the channel. Thank you. Christ. We need your help 1 year ago. Let's have a look.
Thank you everyone for clicking on this video, and it's not the type of video that anyone really likes to do, but unfortunately it's a necessity where we're in a position...
Ladies and gentlemen, Cope and Seethe is in need of your help. It's in need of your support. I need you to click subscribe, dislike this video and call me a slur, and keep coming back, because otherwise, without you, nothing will happen. I will still keep talking shit on the internet. It actually really doesn't matter. But do press buttons.
that we
fucking hate this shit.
Do genuinely need help to be able to...
I hope some of you stick around. If I ever turn out like this, if I ever end up into one of these people who's like, please, you need to help this channel survive. You need to give me money and help me survive, and then I can continue making, shit content and pretending to be an artist. Please help me lock my life away. Please call me out on it. Please make your own YouTube channels and call me a filthy, like, sellout. Do that, okay? It is beholden on each of you in this chat to remember what I was like for when I go inevitably insane, okay? Nerd with the 9.99 slut. Thank you, brother. And once again, artsy for your financial support. Yeah, it's the Bernie Sanders. It's the Bernie Sanders meme.
Keep making the content.
If you turn into a lolcow, I'd watch.
Recently, and to try
can you imagine?
Keep pushing the envelope and making even more content. Now, I don't like making these videos, and especially without explanation and being completely upfront and honest, as well as answering some of the obvious kind of questions that might be hanging in the air that people have when you reach out in such a way asking for people's support and help like this. Hence me making this video. And
Rise. Dance for the money, Beckett, Crabman. Thank you for the 2. I really appreciate that. Do you know, I agree with Tommy. I think it's Tommy C who said this. I think I saw him say this. Either that or I had a vivid fucking dream. But it's like, listen, the only difference between me and everyone else on the internet who's not doing this is I installed OBS. That's it. That's the only real fucking difference. And I am just a monkey dancing. That's it. That's it. Let's not fucking pretend otherwise, okay?
So the short part of it all is that we are struggling financially quite a lot to keep maintaining the content where it's at and keeping people employed. There's always a bit of a dip in January with ad revenue, and we were in mostly a secure place at December, but since the beginning of the year it's been a financial bloodbath. The ad revenue has been some of the worst I've seen in years, and we have far fewer sponsors.
That's really interesting. It's been the worst I've seen in years. Does it keep dropping? I mean, maybe it is time to quit. Jesus Christ. I don't know how you take yourself seriously with these swords on the wall. Look at how nice this was. This was just nice. We're going to go back to some of the, even a couple of years ago. I feel like it was just nicer. When did he change? This is LARP? Jesus Christ. I mean, he must have improved. This is still 7 years ago, isn't it? Hold on, we'll go down. This is not Excalibur. Yeah, look at this. This one. This is what I was thinking of. Nice dramatic short introduction.
Greetings.
Nice dramatic short introduction. Very key. Oh, QTV with the 5. I will channel the spirit of the ancestors on my dad's side of the family and just call you a Pelent. It's very dramatic. True.
I am Shad, and like many other medieval enthusiasts, there is a special place in my heart for the tale of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. Indeed, this story is one of the ancestors of the great and awesome genre of medieval fantasy. It's not the only one. I mean, Beowulf certainly is one of the big answers as well. Fighting dragons, seriously guys, right? But certainly King Arthur is as well. I mean, magic sword and wizards. It's kind of evident. Therefore, with this story being so important to the genre...
A nice setup. Doug Walker, you mentioned Doug Walker. Well, most YouTubers go through a rotting period, look at Nostalgia Critic, then maybe I just grew up. Interesting you say that. I'll give you an example of what happened to Doug. Doug, two things happened to Doug. Critic. What the fuck am I looking for? This is like the big one that happened to Doug.
This episode.
Doug was getting a lot of shit on Twitter, and he reviewed The Wall. And this review of The Wall is terrible. It fundamentally misses the point of The Wall. I don't know if many of you have seen The Wall. The Wall's a masterpiece. It's fucking great. Wait, is he just wearing a shirt with a castle on it that says castles?
Oh yeah, I'm the person you all think you know. That soaks up your angst and confusion. I'm that nameless foe.
This is just fucking awful, by the way. I feel like I need to actually show you... I feel like I actually need to show you the scene this is being referenced. Is The Wall on YouTube? I think it is. It's this. This is the actual... I believe this is the actual scene. Which is just really good. Imagine looking at this fucking movie, and then this is what you make out of it. Another one, fuck. It's well shot, it's interesting. This is a weird 4K remaster. Breaks her head, I was like, Christ, yeah. It's a wonderfully put together movie with like, and again, I'm not going to play the rest of it. That's enough. Just go and watch it. Go and watch it. I think it's on YouTube somewhere. Download it, whatever. Ironic review of The Wall. Yeah, ironic review of The Wall. You know, he had Corey Taylor in this, the lead singer of Slipknot, and Corey sings like one fucking song. It's actually ridiculous.
To be able to keep things afloat, and so
this has just turned into me like doing Shadiversity lore. I've given up reading. I will read Teddy's thing. I will read Teddy's Hitler fan fiction before we finish.
Now more than ever, we really need anyone's support who's willing to give it. How does this get worse? And there are multiple options in which you can choose, which are available.
What have we come into? You've come into Beckett doing a rare unfocused stream. Did you know this was a collab, Doug's video? Yeah. Good, but also with Doug, because he wanted to do like his weird fucking show thing where it's demo reel, and it was awful because Doug's one of these people who's like always a bridesmaid. Medica points this out. You know, there were a couple like that who want to be creators, who you know who were critics who wanted to be creators. With the exception being Linkara, who was a creator who became a critic. Beckett doing anything to avoid reading the book. It's starting to feel like that. I will read some of the book.
for you to be able to support us if you like the content and want to help us gain more security to keep everyone employed and keep making what we're able to do. And so we have launched channel memberships here on YouTube, and so you can join as a member. If you want more flexibility with the amount that you'd like to offer, there is Patreon available, and if you'd like an independent alternative, there is also Subscribestar, all available, as well as Utreon, which is a new kind of support subscription platform. We are doing things to give back to our supporters to make your support worthwhile, which I'll explain a little later in the video. So the thing that we're really trying to gain is sustainability. And because YouTube is so unreliable with both ad revenue, recommendations, views, you don't know which videos do better and not, and with the issues that exist with the current kind of recommendations. I made a video maybe, was it a year ago now, talking about how it seems like my subscribers were just not getting recommended and views were going off a cliff. And it wasn't that, our supporters don't like or want to watch the content. In actual fact, so many people thought I had stopped uploading. But when they got the recommendations, they wanted to watch. And from that,
so many people just didn't. That so many people just forgot that I was uploading. They thought I wasn't creating. But the minute they got those recommendations, they wanted to watch. Shad, if people wanted to watch you, they type you in and search you. That's the reality. Like, I have such a weird fucking YouTube algorithm feed. Like, it's insane. My feed is all over the fucking place. So I have to remember what to look for. Now, if you really like somebody, you will search them. When I know Chud's on and I know Chud's covering something, because I don't regularly watch Chud. Okay? It's like, but if he's covering something, his coverage is great. So I'm like, I need to go and watch Chud. I just type in Chud Logic. I'm like, I know Chud's gonna be good. If people have stopped doing that for you, Shad, it's not just like you can't just blame everything on the fucking algorithm. You can't. It's really frustrating when people do this. I know that people search for the Cope and Seed streams. I know. And again, it's fairly easy. If you search Cope and Seed on YouTube, we are the first thing that comes up. Which is, I'm gonna be honest with you, pretty fucking cool, actually. I swear we must pick up viewers who are just like, I'm going to type in coping and seething. And it's like, what the fuck is this? Okay, fun fact, guys. Do you know there is another Copecast? There is another Copecast. And it started like a month before ours. We had no idea about this. But we went for it. We went and looked at it. And I was just like, it's like their second project. And I think, like, we looked at their channel a bit. Because I could just have interest, really. And I'm like, wow, that must fucking sting. Because they must be like, yeah, I'm going to start Copecast and go and watch this thing. They start it. They put out, like, one episode before our first stream. Our first, like, big, like, yeah, first couple of streams. And then it's just now a constant feed of us. That's really not good. Rocky 5. This stream is helping me recover from psychic damage I took from the log streams. All hail ADHD. Like, I needed this tonight. I'm glad you're enjoying it as well. Thank you for the 5. I stopped watching Shad a few months after the Goblin Slayer video. How old is that? There's a Goblin Slayer video? Let's have a look. How realistic is Goblin Slayer? Which one is it? Monsters and Medieval Goblin Slayer Fantasy Rearmed? Or is it the top one? We'll just go for the top one. This is like 5 years ago. I'm telling you, I just know this one because of you and Xylee. Yeah, well, listen, I'm glad you know me through Basti. I sent you a tweet that was the beginning of the end for Shad. Interesting. What the fuck is... Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Okay, so... From Scholaria Glatoria. Dear community, fans and members, this is kind of post I normally try to avoid. You will notice this morning I've removed a post that I made while I was away working and travelling yesterday. It's at quite short notice. I was kindly invited to get together with a varied group of people to do some filming. I don't normally turn down such opportunities unless I have some concrete reason, even if I have factual and non-damaging disagreements with the person involved. I try to beat views that I disagree with facts and arguments. One of the people involved yesterday, it turns out, is highly personally offensive to a lot of people I care about, both here and offline. I do not know the depths and complexities of the issues and that with that person before yesterday. I don't care if somebody has historic views that I disagree with. I argue with them, but I do deeply care if the person has views I deem to be venturing into the realm of bigotry, such as sexism, racism, or homophobia. That is absolutely and obviously a line in the sand for me. I interacted with this person over the years, including posting video rebuttals, arguments, responses, etc. on historical matters. I have not experienced anything negative with that person, other than disagreements with a fairly large number of points that person has made, as evidenced by my video responses over the years, e.g. what is HEMA. However, yesterday after filming, it was brought to my attention that there was a second channel, one I have only visited a handful of times a long time ago. This person is now promoting political and social views that are absolutely against my own views. Shad has a second channel? Yeah, the LGBTQ plus stuff. Yeah. Well, I'm aware of Shad's leanings. Does anyone have Shad's second channel? Can someone confirm that? That's fucking... I didn't know Shad had a second channel. Promoting political or social views which are absolutely against my own views and indeed against the principles of the groups and events I run. I was not aware of the nature and extremity of these person views before yesterday. People can, of course, voice their views in a free society, but I am equally free to disapprove of, disagree with, and disassociate from those views, which I hereby do in black and white terms. I do not at all align myself or in any way agree with this person's views on these topics, which should be patently obvious to anyone who knows me or has followed my channel closely. I filmed one video with said person yesterday, and I had already decided last night not to publish that. I have also now taken down yesterday's post because I want to move on from this and disassociate from them. I understand that many people will be angry that I have collaborated with this person at all, even before I knew their views, and I hope this will partially appease you to know that I will not associate with them again, now that I know the full facts and that there have been no output from yesterday's film coming from me. For people who were upset to read this and did not know about this person's views, I suggest you go and decide for yourself, but I know where my line in the sand is. Now this page will return to its usual content. Apologies for the division. Night's Watch. Interesting. We'll read the rest. I want to have a look. Is Shad like the medieval arch warhammer? Actually, yes. Yeah, that arch is a really good comparison. Hello, all bestie. We were just saying how great you are. That's not sarcastic. I was just saying how great you are. And she appears. I can summon her. Fantastic. Right. Okay. Let's read this fucking wall of text. Holy shit. Yeah, thank you, Jack. Zai gets real. Hey, okay, you're just talking to Zai, that's fine. Shad outs himself? I don't know. We will find out. Let us engage. Let us engage with the text. So I slowly lose my mind. Something very sad has happened. Matt Easton of I don't know, this gladiator thing. I can't pronounce that. This is ableist. A long-time collaborator and friendly peer in the YouTube sword community has just chosen to cut off all association with me, Shad, and my channel, Shadiversity. We had just had a great day collaborating with other wonderful sword content creators. It was a day of friendship, discussion, and laughter. Upon sharing some images of the day and filming, he received many hateful comments about me. I'm guessing of the types that grossly misrepresent and vilify my beliefs in an attempt to discredit and harm my reputation, without contacting me to find out the true context of my extremely basic and commonly held conservative beliefs that I am outspoken about outside of Shadiversity. He has chosen to totally and completely excommunicate me from his association, even in spite of the kindness, support, respect, and friendship I've shown him over the years of our association. Goodwill, benefit of the doubt, personal friendly interactions, and past kindness mean little, apparently. Matt isn't the first person to do so, and perhaps I'll talk about the others in the future. Sorry, I am busy picking on someone else now. I can't troll here, but I love you both. Thank you. Both I and Xylee appreciate your kind words. Unironically, actually, fuck it. Scolaglatorio. Scolaglori... fuck off. I don't care. I keep Shadiversity free from politics. All are welcome regardless of their beliefs, and I extend a hand of friendship to all. Those that agree with my beliefs are more importantly, those that do not, including Matt. I believe this is essential to push for a more peaceful and tolerant world. I watch, support, and be friends with those who have beliefs I find offensive. That does not mean I will not stand up for and be outspoken about my beliefs, nor should people censure themselves for the sake of my feelings. And people should not have to betray their beliefs just to be accepted by others. We just need to learn to get along with those that are different. For all of those who do not want to hear me fight for what I think is right, I separate it from Shadiversity as best I can, and share each view and share such views on my second channel, Night's Watch, or here on X/Twitter. I only address it now because people like Matt can't seem to understand this separation, nor associate with people who believe things they find offensive. Not very long ago, it was far more common for people to get along and be friends, regardless of the run-of-the-mill political or religious views, even if they found them offensive. And yes, my views are standard views most Christian conservatives have. Regardless of how much people try to vilify and misrepresent them, I am just outspoken and stand up for what I believe. Of course, people love to misrepresent my views in the vilest of ways. Apparently, it is better to strawman a person into a villain rather than address his views. My views are free to be heard and understood by anyone. They are all available on Stay on Watch, in context, and I stand by everything I have said. Not the strawman, villainous caricature people that hate me try to depict. What many ideologically possessed people who sit on the opposite political spectrum to me don't seem to understand is that they hold views that I find equally and personally offensive as many of my beliefs are to them. Although it seems they probably don't have a correct understanding of my views, seeing as I hear many disingenuous, hateful comments about me and take them as categorical truth. My point is I actually believe and practice tolerance and acceptance of people different from me. You don't have to agree or celebrate someone's beliefs or lifestyle to tolerate them and treat them with kindness as you would anyone else. I would never consider disassociating myself with anyone due to them believing any standard left-leaning views that I find offensive. Or if they receive online hatred from activists for having standard left-leaning views, that would be intolerant, and I stand by my friends. My tolerance and acceptance cease when people demand Jesus fucking Christ, Shad. We're like halfway fucking through this. Is this the book Beckett was going to read? It feels like a lengthy argumentative essay that didn't follow the prompt. This is better than his book. And ironically, and wholly better than his book. My tolerance and acceptance cease when people demand I practice opposing beliefs, betraying my own beliefs for the sake of their feelings. I will push back and fight for people's and my own's right to practice my beliefs and religion. It is not about being polite when what they are demanding is a fundamental betrayal of my religious beliefs. But I would never take away a person's right to believe things I disagree with and live how they want. Nor would I ever withhold the hand of friendship or choose to this is the same fucking shit. This is the same shit. It's just Matt doesn't seem to be aware of the number of viewers and subscribers. He has the conservative and Christian like me. Let's be clear, if you believe things different to it's the same fucking shit. Right, let's have a look at Night's Watch. I'm interested. Did it go woke? Was it forced? House of Dragon. Let's have a look. How long ago was this? When was this posted, ladies and gentlemen? 2023 September. Let's go back a couple of months. It's all like, did Capcom ruin? God. Nerd Angle, thank you for the membership. Based, welcome. 07, much appreciated. Better than the book, I'm scared. Fucking should be. Oh, Cope and Seethe. Hold on. There's one here called Cope and Seethe. I'm intrigued. How can I not click on a thumbnail titled Cope and Seethe? It would be, dare I say it? Holy shit, that's loud. It would be wrong of me to do so. What's with your sound balancing, Shad? What the fuck is this, and how have I never seen it? Are you doing media reviews in like medieval getup? No.
Welcome back to The Watch. Nathan, have you ever had a moment, a time in your life where things are just so apocalyptic you needed to scream?
Yes. Well, when I realized what show I had agreed to work on, the first day, Shad, that I sat down next to you in front of this camera, I realized, oh, my life has gone horribly and horrifically wrong. Jesus Christ. Oh, God.
No, you don't self-report.
I would say, when times get tough, I have outlets for things, but
Nerd Angle with the 10 gifted subs. 07. Thank you, buddy. That's fucking super based and much appreciated.
I wouldn't say it's screaming.
Yeah.
Because that hurts the voice.
Well, it does, but also, like, what type of person, or I should really reframe person to say age, do you see people just lose it and just start screaming?
Young, like kids, basically.
Yeah, kids, children, babies.
You mean like you do, Shad? You mean like the sort of person who goes online and says, hey, my channel is failing, it's because YouTube hates me and because left-wingers exist? That kind of person? Becca, we need to do this. I want to be a knight. Bestie, just for you. Oh my god, this is fucking... this is fucking wild.
Essentially. Okay, so this is interesting. GDC, Game Developers Conference. I think it should be like a serious, mature event for...
It is.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I've heard of things at the after parties and stuff. They're less mature. But anyways, yes.
But yeah, like you think that would be a place where mature people would flock to try and learn about gaming. Now, we've recently did a video covering the topics of the most recent GDC, which is, I think, how long does it go for?
It's a week.
It's a week, so it's going right now.
Yeah.
Right now. And a group of developers at the conference.
I am shocked. Do you know what my biggest takeaway from this? I am shocked at how fucking boring it is. This is like, how do you do insane right-winger media content and make it fucking boring? In fact, just for the sake of it, you want look, you can have all the criticism you want of Critical Drinker. You can have all the criticism you fucking want. But at least, and like, it repeats, and every fucking video is the same, and it's all the same thing, but at least this...
Continuations of long-running franchises are nothing new, especially this summer, which seems to be crammed full of attempts to milk a few more...
You're going right into it. You know the video is going to be about how the media industry is, like, full of the message. So I fucking sound the message. Like the same fucking clip played over and over again as his fucking punchline because he still exists in like 2018 for some fucking reason. But you know what? The Critical Drinker is at least an entertaining watch. And occasionally, by the way, for any of you out there who like Beckett just hates Critical Drinker, his Hollywood horror stories where he goes through like films that were like disasters and like production hell, that's it, is really fucking good. Is really actually excellent. This is just fucking boring.
They felt they needed to cry. They decided to go and have a scream, a good scream at the patriarchy, Nathan.
Oh, really? The patriarchy?
Well, we'll read the exact reasons, and I think that's one of the associations. I mean...
I feel like I'm in 2014 again. Is this all we've... It's 2024. It's been 10 years. You can't cry about feminists in video games anymore. It's just sad at this point, okay? Listen. Online... we won Gamergate. We won! Turns out they all went and started fucking consulting companies and then destroyed video games anyway. Okay, it's over. Elden Ring is good. Paths of Exile is good. There are still good games out there. It's a stalemate. Stop fucking... No one has cared about video game conferences in like 15 years. No one cares. We all knew what they were. They were always to fucking shill, like for game companies to persuade journalists to like give their games good reviews. We all knew this. We all knew this fucking years ago. Spoony at fucking E3 screaming betrayal over XCOM. Everyone knew this. You're doing this in 2024, Shad.
This isn't the first time we see people do just
dumb stuff for the sake. Yeah, okay.
But I would half call it performative screaming, that they're just doing it for attention. Yet I think they actually just do this when no one's looking as well.
I can't believe it. Okay, so someone said like it's September last year. My math sucks. It's like a year ago. Let's go back a year. I just fucking. What is this? He knows he done goofed. Defending hate watchers. Reviewing bad media is a waste of time. Reviewing bad media is a waste of time. Shad, did you make a video about everyone who hate watches you and defend them? God, that would be based. That's not what this is at all. This, I can take it... I'm going to make a prediction for you. Obviously, I've never seen this. I didn't know this fucking channel existed. God, I wish I had. I'm going to make a prediction that this is not a defense of everyone who hates Shad and watches this content to laugh at him. It's going to be a defense of Shad and why he should be allowed to look at bad content. Okay? That's what this is. No. What I give the internet is valuable media discourse, okay? But anyone who hates me is a troll.
And we want to talk a little bit about the idea of hate watching, if it is good or if it is bad. And to kick us off, Tyrant, what are your thoughts on this?
I do not think
he has a third channel. Oh, damn it.
I think it is a good thing to hate watch something because line goes up and that's all the executives see. And that's why you get season 2s of terrible, 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 terrible shows.
Yes. The thing is, though, I think there's some caveats to that where people try and apply it across the board. Nathan, your thoughts?
They're mixed. I think it goes to an extent where everyone's just on the bandwagon, like Tyrant said, the line goes up. But also, I feel like things should be called out when the law's been broken enough, when it's a grievous enough crime that it hasn't. Like I think of
But is that hate watching though?
Well, I think this is the distinction that needs to be made.
True. Yeah.
I think.
My God, this is so fucking boring. This is incredible. I had no idea. I had no idea Shad had further levels at which he was fucking boring.
Did I attack my...
This is 3.5 hours long.
Own fans? The answer is no, I didn't. Obviously, you're watching this. You're a fan. I never attacked you. Get the out, Scroats McGoat. You can cancel right now and see you later. Bye-bye. Don't let the door hit your
Nice try, Teddy.
ass on the way out. I will never apologize to you, mob. I don't care where you come from, left or right. You'll never get an apology out of me for anything. Screw yourselves. I'm done with it. I'm completely done with it. Cancel your subscriptions at timcast.com if this is what you want. I never wanted your money in the first place. Tim Pool attacks his fans. Literally didn't do it. Screw yourselves. I get people like Jeremy Hambley getting booked for my show, and then instead of coming on my show, he goes on some other show and then insults me. Then he goes on his platform and attacks me and tells everybody that I insult.
What the fuck is this?
There is an individual online named Eliza Blue, who is an advocate for people that are victims of sex trafficking, and certain questions were put forward about her authenticity.
Please go on, Shad. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. You've opened up. I know I've jumped. I know I've skipped forward. But you've opened up with a load of Tim Pool clips, and now you're talking about sex trafficking? Fucking what? Please continue.
Authenticity. There's some very when I say revealing, it's revealing for the personality side of things, but it's also revealing in the skin side of things. Videos of Eliza that didn't seem to coincide with someone who perhaps was a victim of sex trafficking, and there was questions raised about this specifically by Brittany Venti. And the more people have actually looked into Eliza, the more...
I feel like I'm having a fucking aneurysm. I feel like I'm Mersh. I'm gonna just have a heart attack on stream. What the fuck is going on? Why? Am I dying? Why are you? In what world do you have a video where you begin it and you haven't even hit the 3-minute mark, and you've shown a load of Tim Pool, you've mentioned Brittany Venti and sex trafficking? What the fuck is going on?
Questions have come up where there is some legitimate questions about her authenticity regarding all this, and she said some very concerning things about children and consent and other things. But to begin with, it was just simple questions. It's evolved, and now
she was found to not actually be a sex trafficking victim. By the way, how did I miss this drama? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Okay. So this is him doing a reply to Tim Pool. That's fucking insane. We're going to look at his other 2 channels. This is the Shadlands. The sword content cuts to the chase. Can you really float in a barrel like in The Hobbit? Rocky, $2. Do you smell burnt toast? I don't think so. But I am hungry now, thank you. Like, oh fuck, now I want toast. She DFE'd? Yeah, I fucking bet. She faked being a trafficking victim. Obviously.
Sam! Why are you doing this, Sam? Because there's some good left in the world, Frodo, and it's worth freezing for.
Greetings, I'm Shad. And yes, we're doing this. It needs to be done. This is the type of thing that the internet was invented for, and nothing else. The internet objectively has no other uses apart from figuring and testing out stuff like this and sharing it with the world. Because ever since The Hobbit was made, the book and the films, we need to know, can a barrel actually work as a flotation device?
Okay, I've got a hot take for you. I have a hot take for you that might surprise you. This is actually not terrible. Okay, Shad's still a piece of shit. I want to see where this goes, okay? Because I'm kind of interested in the fact that what seems to be one of his smaller channels is actually doing something like, look, it's not funny, but I'm invested in knowing whether you can float down a river in a barrel. I agree with him. I kind of want to know.
Nice. First of all, in the book, Bilbo seals the dwarves completely in the barrels, completely locked shut. And he actually kind of gets in one normally. I can't remember if he holds on to it or he could put the lid on or anything. So we're not going to be testing actually being sealed.
Those barrels are super expensive, not gonna lie. Thank you, Kai, for the two. Yeah, this is why his channel's failing, because he bought expensive barrels to test out if he could float down a river in them. I don't fucking know.
In an airtight barrel, but because the film is actually
it seems like pretty generic YouTube content. Like, it is, but it's Shad. It's Shad doing something that's actually sort of entertaining.
Where the dwarves are actually, they're in the barrels. You see them on the barrel, they're there, and they're...
Okay, Shad, you're being boring now. You're being boring. Get in the fucking barrel. Get in the fucking barrel, Shad.
Have a whiff. This has clearly had wine in it before.
Oh, I'm gonna get drunk just... Shut up, stepladder. You're not even my real ladder.
I'm about to get in like this fermenting, fuming barrel that has wine in it.
Everyone's just like, look, you can float in a barrel, Becca. I'm like, I believe you. I just want to see Shad in a barrel, please. I have so little wants and so little desires in my life. Okay, I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man of simple pleasures. And I don't pretend otherwise. Get in the barrel, Shad. Oh, I get in the fucking barrel.
What?
No one likes me when I'm being nice to anybody.
Strong.
Okay, shut up, Shad.
Oh, it's cold. I'm getting it deeper.
This is so incredibly gay. For a man with Christian conservative values, this is pretty fucking gay.
My nuts are cold. Alright, it's fully buoyant and it does not want to stay upright. Alright. We need to try with more water.
Oh, it's cold.
Okay.
Oh, my nipples.
Alright, to do this properly, I need to sacrifice my nads to the freezing water.
For you Americans watching, here in Australia we call that spanning water.
It tightens your nuts.
I've never heard that one. Hey, Shad, you're making a sundae. Because both your nuts and your banana's frozen.
Oh,
he's in the barrel. He's in the fucking barrel.
that's it.
We got it.
I'm going out to sea.
Barrel rider.
Alright, more water. Let's do more water. Alright, step back, slowly. Oh, I corrected myself then. Let's step back further.
Wouldn't it be a shame if you fell over right now?
I think we're doing it! I think we're doing it! Ah! It's unstable! Alright, more water, more water. It's gonna tip. It's wanting to tip. Oz, we need help, Oz!
Hold on to my hand!
Grab the barrel!
Grab me!
Grab the barrel, Oz! And come in the water more! You...
This is like one of those. I really want them to leave him. I really want them to just be like, bye, Shad. Bye, buddy. See you never. Fuck off.
Oh, that's cold!
I don't know whether it's because he's screaming that he's cold and in discomfort, or whether it's actually that this looks fun. This feels like old Shad. I don't hate this. I'm going to be honest with you all. I don't hate this. I would now do a waterfall. That's funny. Okay, let's have a look. There's more gay fucking, like, random shit. Google searching Mall Ninja weapons. Nah. What is Mall Ninja?
Channeling.
Shut up,
Them
Shad.
properly from historical sources as well as my own ninja, when you might have been off partying and
This is 3 months ago, and why do you have, like, those... Again, where is it? Oh, fuck. I had it up. Oh, sorry. He's got these, like, ridiculous swords that look dumb, but these look cool. I like these. No, but Beckett, if they left him, it would be a good ending to the video and funny. That's true. That's true. This setup is fine.
stuff. Well, while you were off partying, these men were studying the blade. And so it begins first with the concept of the...
Okay, let's have a look at his last channel. Thank you, by the way, for this, Jack. I do appreciate it.
Oh, boy.
No. No. A Shad AI channel? It has 3.8k subscribers. When did he make this? Join November 6, 2023. There's a Shad AI channel. I'm so excited. Oh my god. How many videos are there? Oh my god, there's so many. Oh my god. I clicked the wrong thing. The stream isn't ending. I'm really excited, guys. I'm really excited. Oh my god. I'm so happy. Is AI trained on stolen art, or is it fair use? The biggest lie about AI art we're watching. So listen, I was going to do a stream that was like 2 hours long, okay? But I still need to read like Teddy's Hit the Fan Fiction, and we are doing that tonight. But we need to watch a lot of this, okay? I want you guys to like strap in, because we may be here a little while, I think. I don't know. We're going to see what it's like. We're going to see what it's like. But I am so fucking excited right now, okay? I am just, holy fucking shit. I didn't know this existed. And I am filled with a kind of childlike joy that I have not experienced since the first time I was, you know, put in a boarding school and my parents abandoned me. I have not, like, this may actually, like, heal some childhood trauma for me. That's where we are. I'm so happy. Holy fucking shit. Okay. Oh my god. My heart was getting buried. Do not worry, Teddy. We will read it. I promise you. I promise you. I am a man of my word, but it needs its own section, because I know that you're going to want to be like, hey, Beckett read my my fan fiction, and I want to make sure that you can actually take it as a block of that and send it to people, so you're happy. Because you deserve it.
Is it theft and a breach of copyright to use copyrighted images in the training of AI image generating models? Many believe that it is theft because those images must be downloaded and saved onto a...
He sped his voice up. He sped his voice up. Holy shit. He made an entire channel defending his use of AI. No, come on.
Computer, which is a type of illegal storage, duplication...
This is 9 months ago, by the way. This is 9 months. Oh my god.
...or reproduction. In essence, copying without the consent of the copyright owner. Also, that it is illegal to materially incorporate someone else's intellectual property in the development of a for-profit product without a license or consent.
Jack's like, I've sent you things now. You have to turn up on the Dante podcast. Yeah, you're right, Jack. At some point you do. We might need to talk about moving the time for that. I'll talk to you about it later. It's just for me, just for one.
...of the owner. Firstly, it is actually legal to download publicly available copyrighted images for certain uses, reference or learning based on the use and intent, especially if you could simply save the website address to look up that image every time you wanted to reference it. Also, every computer downloads every image it presents on screen. It is often saved on your computer and in many cases stored whether you did it manually or not. If the duplication, copying, or storage of copyrighted images was illegal, you would be breaking the law every time you looked at an image online. Clearly, it is about the context of use, specifically fair use. Fair use is a defense that can validate anyone to use and indeed copy other people's copyrighted material depending on these factors. The purpose and character of use. Is it transformed enough from the original? The nature of the copyrighted work. Was it private material or already distributed?
Okay, let's be really clear about this. AI is like, AI creation, like, stuff is like really badly codified in law. Interestingly enough, one of the things that I think is like potentially seems to be hurting further AI development is it's questionable whether companies really own it. Because so there was a case, like I think it was last year, where somebody tried to copyright protect a comic they'd made with AI, and they went, "You can't because you didn't make this. AI made this. The company didn't make this. It's your prompts. No one owns this." Like AI images, AI music, AI anything is not copyrightable because it's not man-made. And this is where like there's a fall down for this. So Shad wants to make these copyright images, but like Shad has never created anything with AI that is his, because it's just not tested in law. And the current understanding seems to be that it doesn't hold up. So, I mean, you can take Shad's AI art and use it for fucking anything, and he can do nothing about it. If you take something like I drew, as shit as it is, it's mine. I drew it. I'm a holder for that. You know, like, again, I inherited ownership of the, like, licensing and everything else around, my mum's novels. So it's, you know, if you redistribute that, you are violating, that you are pirating something that I hold the copyright to, or at least the publisher holds the copyright to, in depending on what it is, because some of it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. But that's not the case with AI. It's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Some of this is fucking insane. The biggest lie about AI art.
Several artists are claiming that people are using AI art.
Does anybody want to place bets on what this fucking video is about? Because, like, actually, holy shit. Your mum has novels? Yeah, my mum was an author. This is fairly well known Beckett law. My mum was a best-selling writer. You can't copyright things with made without direct human creation involved in specific and creative. Yeah. Please don't use my artwork for AI stuff. Yeah, I can understand why artists get pissed off at this, by the way. What hentai, why? Because a lot of... Okay, so there was a thing that was happening a few months ago where a lot of not safe for work artists were getting their work stolen and, like, fed through AI to customize it. And they were not happy about this. The second pick is my original. This is most definitely not the case, and I'm disgusted. One of my artworks got thrown into the AI mill and regurgitated into this nightmare. A person offers their services for a modest fee via ArtStation 2. That is fucking horrific. If anybody is ever charging you for AI art, Tell them to fuck off. It's ridiculous. There are exceptions. Like if somebody is like, so for instance, Goblin makes AI music, right? And if someone's doing a lot of that for you, and like their job, they're like, you're a channel, and there's somebody who's producing a lot of AI content for you for some fucking reason. I don't know, you may pay them in those cases, but commissioning this stuff, can't people pretend they wrote it if they proofread it? Generally, you can pick up on certain things like that, but like then we're just getting into like conversations about copyright and everything else.
Art generators to steal their art. And in these examples this is true, but this could have easily been done in Photoshop as well. It just would have taken a bit longer. If such
What genre? I'm not too open with it. Like I told somebody once and they tried to fucking dox me using it. I was like at some point, because I still believe hold the like some of the digital rights. So I may get them turned into audiobooks. That's something I've considered. And get someone to record them. And if I ever do that, then I'll let you know because I'll release them on Amazon. Or something like that. I just put them on Audible. But until then, who my mother was will remain, for internet purposes, le mystery.
Operations were done in Photoshop, few would claim that Photoshop was an unethical program for enabling such use. But many people are claiming that AI art generators are unethical for these very same reasons. Rather, this is a clear unethical use of the program, and we should blame the user, not the tool. The lie that is being perpetrated in these examples are this. By saying nothing but that these modified versions of their images were made with AI, they imply they were made through the primary method of AI image generation, auto-generated through text-to-image, and in doing this that the developers of the AI must have stolen their artwork and stored it within the AI without their consent, which the AI program is now copying to get this result. And that AI art generators in their standard use of text-to-image regularly produce images that copy the artworks it was trained on to the same level as demonstrated in their examples. This could not be further from the truth because these images were clearly made through image-to-image where the user needs to input the images manually into the AI to then modify, just like you can do with Photoshop. It is a person using the AI image generator to copy, not an inherent function of the technology. No images are stored in the models that the AI programs use to generate art. Millions of images were used to train these primary models of—
Yes, millions of original pieces of work were used to train these without any like payment to those artists. Shad. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? If I took all of Shadiversity's videos and just, like, without crediting him, without saying, because, like, we don't do this in any other art form, right? Like, even in YouTubing, like, you can look at the stuff a YouTuber or streamer makes and you can go, oh, this person is obviously a fan of this, or has looked at this, or they might do what I do, which is like, I'm a Metica fan. Or I watch this person, I like this person, or I watched these elements over the years, and that kind of bleeds through to your work. But yeah, but where did the training come from, Shad? Yeah, and the problem with this shit is it's like, oh well, this is going to, you know, you're an artist if you use AI. You're just essentially ripping the skills of people who've trained and worked, and often like without earning much money. Because unless you want to make money making art on the internet these days, you're drawing porn. Let's be honest. If you are an artist and you're trying to make money, a lot of your commissions are going to be for not safe for work stuff, right? Which sucks, by the way. Just commission artists for a nice drawing every now and again, okay?
Of these image generating AIs, and yet the final file size of these models only end up being a couple of gig. If it kept every single image that was used to train it in a reference folder, these files would be terabytes in size. They are trained by diffusing an image into static and then reversing the process to record the path the static took to become an image. By repeating this many times with different seeds of static and millions of images, the AI learns how to use these same paths with random seeds of noise or static to diffuse them into a new image. Text prompts guiding the program to use those patterns or paths that produce what the text is asking for, such as a person or object or scene. The image is used to—
Can you imagine making this video, looking at the process and being like, yeah, this is how it works. I'm an artist. Christ. Well, technically every artist does train himself that way. Truly original art is very rare. Mostly it's just ripping off someone else's style. Like, there's a lot that, like, informs, right? But you're still taking the next step of, like, creating something yourself. This isn't that. It's taking, like, a load of people's work and just kind of rejumbling it. That's not quite the same thing. 2 of my advanced copy readers asked me to turn my novel into erotica. I hate that you are right.
To train the AI this way are not stored, but the paths...
That's really fucked up. That's quite funny though. Sorry, Jack.
And patterns it learns in this diffusion process are. Therefore, the training process does not infringe on anyone's copyrights because the images are not being stored, copied, or distributed in the resulting models that are made. Anyone can try and get an AI image generated.
You're so right, Teddy.
That was used in the training process of the model the AI is using. But because that image is not stored within the model, only the patterns that arose in diffusing those images back and forth from static, with millions of other patterns, the resulting images will never be a one-to-one duplication.
This is fascinating because this is Shad just angry. This is Shad just angrily defending his artwork.
Oh boy, did this image make people on X Twitter lose their ever-loving...
Why are you calling it X Twitter? Just call it Twitter. No one calls it X. The only people who are calling it X are the people who are like, I don't know, weirdly... It's Twitter. It's Twitter. It has always been Twitter. Regardless of what Elon wants to do with it, it's always going to be Twitter. That's what it is. Fucking hell.
Minds. Not kidding, the post I made had 4.6 million interactions. And why did it cause such a stir? Well, it's because I made it to fulfill a certain challenge. You see, AI art generators are brilliant. They can do amazing things, yet there are very significant limitations.
That is horrific. What the fuck is going on? This is not...
Limitations that you can only overcome when you're familiar with the technology, meaning you have skill and knowledge in how to use these programs, and if you're able to apply other artistic abilities, whether that's in 3D modeling, illustration, or even drawing. So, to demonstrate this, I decided to make an image that would be extremely hard, if not impossible, for the AI image generators to produce from a single prompt. You see, when it comes to specificity, when you want something specific out of the image generators, that can be fiendishly difficult, such as a character in a specific pose, especially with a specific hand placement down to where the fingers are located. But before you jump on and try and say her forward hand is backwards, this is actually a historical hand placement that results from a reverse edge cut with a medieval European sword. Here is me replicating this pose. I'm aware her
It's not about the pose, Shad. It's that her wrist looks like... You look like a normal... Okay, you look like a human being at least. This is just weird. It looks like her hand was put on upside down. Like, what the fuck? Don't fucking encourage. Where are her organs? I knew somebody was going to be like, where are her organs, Shad? We're not doing the where are her organs. We're not doing the where are her organs discourse. I'm sorry. I refuse to engage.
Forward hand is rotated that little bit more, which makes it appear a bit more uncanny compared to mine, but that is actually a failing of my own execution, not a failing of the technology. Regardless, this hand placement, specifically the thumb on the blade of the sword, is crucial to depict this historical swordsmanship grip. So an AI will struggle with this specific hand placement, as well as a couple of other things. It can make up original character designs, but to make them consistently, well, that can be a problem. Sometimes you need to train whole models to get consistent character design elements. And another thing they've had difficulty for a long while are with swords. So I decided to make an image with every single one of those difficult elements combined. And that is this image right here. The thing is though, critics of AI art love to discredit it, no matter how disingenuous or dishonest they're being, and they try and dismiss it.
No matter how dishonest they are, no matter how much they lie, no matter how much they hate me and AI art, and the creative auteur process I go through. Did you know I wrote a book? It's really good. Fucking hate. You're such a fucking clown, Shad.
It all as being low effort, low skill, worthless. which is simply not true. It is clear beyond any doubt that those people who know how to prompt better and get the best results out of this technology easily make far superior art than people who are unfamiliar with this, especially in using additional tools like upscalers, multiple models, control nets, and more. So to dispel these lies, I posted this on Twitter. For anyone who thinks making great AI art is always easy, requires no talent or skill, I challenge them to make an image of their own original character with the same
Okay, I want to dispel something in Shad's argument. Skill and talent artistically are not the same thing as technical knowledge with a system. Okay? And I'm going to give you an example here. One of the things that I have done in the environmental industry is I work with kind of a particular software for building maps, like cartography software. And this is for a range of reasons, whether it's for like different projects or things, like sometimes you just need a custom map or you need some data displayed in a particular way. That software is quite specialist knowledge. It's actually used in a fair amount of industries, and by a range, like again, depending on what industry you're in, depends on how common it is. When I produce one of those like images, it's not a work of art. If I produce an Excel table, it is not a work of art. It's an execution of using software and data to present information. It's my knowledge of the system that allows me to do that, which is like, I guess, technical knowledge, but that's not art. So if you want to make the argument that like AI art, like the background of understanding things behind it, like and how it works, or the software, is almost a STEM skill, if you like, you could probably make that argument pretty successfully. Like, yeah, obviously, understanding how a system works is going to make you more like competent with that system, but that doesn't make you an artist. This isn't a complicated process, right? And also, in the same way, the skills I have of creating and representing data on in a piece of mapping software is not the same as being like a cartographer, right? There is a world of difference between what I do and what somebody who goes out and physically draws maps does. The map, it's ArcGIS. We time traveling, or Shad trying to do AI shit again? We found Shad's fourth channel, which is Shad AI, where he is creating defenses for his AI artwork, Tyler. And I'm explaining the difference between being technically competent with a piece of software and being an artist. It's like art versus craft. Art is creating something original that requires talent and creativity. Craft is something anyone can learn with some effort. Yeah. Good evening, by the way, Tyler. Hope you're good.
Pose, hand placement, sword position, as this image here from nothing but word prompts. If all AI art is low effort and requires no skill, then prove it and show a recording of your process. It should be easy for you to make a similar image of equivalent quality.
God, this is so fucking frustrating. Give me a second. I'm going to give you an example of something, actually. Just on the mapping system stuff. Images. Okay. This is a LiDAR map. Okay, more specifically, this is a visual representation of LiDAR data. LiDAR data is very simply, you go up in a plane, shoot lasers down at the ground, and then you basically build a height map, which you then will be able to go in and classify to, and usually that's a color scaling. Occasionally you get other forms of scaling, depends on what you're doing and what you're looking for. The ability and knowledge of how to classify LiDAR data is something that you have to learn how to do. It is not a simple process. It takes time to learn that. It is a potentially higher level of skill with particular with like ArcGIS, or whether you're using other particular systems to be able to interrogate data like this. But if I took this and came to you and said, hey, I made this, it's classified LiDAR data, I'm an artist, you'd be like, fucking what? I'm giving a very, very broad lay example of this as best I can. This is not the same thing, but this is sort of the equivalent of where like Shad is with things like AI art. You can learn to do this with very little artistic skill or talent.
With the features I described. Good luck, because where the technology is right now, that's impossible with just word prompts. AI image generators struggle with a lot of things like hands with complex finger placement, complex poses, original characters with specific design, and depicting swords and many other geometric objects with specific shapes on any angle other than on profile. These limitations are going to remain in AI art for a long time.
I think he's trying to justify it because original 3D sculpts can be art, even if it's done as a reference of a model. Comparatively, 3D scanning to make it isn't art. Yeah, and I mean, there's a big difference between like somebody who works in Blender creating original sculptures, like 3D renders. Like I've got a friend who's I've got a friend who I would describe as an artist actually, who works almost exclusively in Blender. That's his like he loves Blender. I cannot emphasize this enough. And he creates, in fact, actually my old desktop background, which like on some of the really old streams you'll see, is actually like a render. He made that. It's a lot. I think it's a wonderful little piece. But he didn't but he builds each piece individually. He knows how the software works, but there's a huge amount of creativity to that physical input of what you're creating.
And only capable artists can overcome them. To prove this, I decided to make this image that has all those difficult elements.
Me after adding the R2 value to an Excel graph. True.
To demonstrate that people with skill in multiple mediums and artistic ability can overcome the limitations and make more complex, specific, and at the end of the day, superior art. Anyone familiar or experienced with AI art will know how fiendishly difficult making an image like this, with AI image generators, really is. I'm not the best artist, but what I can do here should show you the possibility of what more talented artists could do with AI art. If you're a talented traditional artist afraid of getting replaced by AI artists, you could make better AI art than the competition with your artistic ability.
Which you can't copyright. And has like no rights attached to you, so you can't intellectually protect it. Fucking awesome, Shad. Well done, buddy.
Thing is though, for so many people, AI art is the evil boogeyman, and it is invalid no matter what. And so the cope, deflection, and gaslighting was extreme. Look at this tweet here, when someone tried to claim these images were achieving the challenge I proposed. Literally the first try, I'd call this close enough to meet your challenge. Close enough? I said match the same pose, same hand placement. But the hands are mangled, the pose isn't even close, yet he has the gall to try and claim that this is close enough. As the disgruntled Jedi says in response to this person, you keep making it worse, dude. That picture doesn't look like his, because you lack the skill to understand the stance. It's not the same. And honestly, if you think it is, maybe you're
Dear God, yes, you need very specific prompts for these things. You need the background. I'm sure there is ways to recreate it, but also AI seems very inconsistent. Your boss can't copyright it either if you're an employee, so no bonus. Yeah, this is why I think a lot of companies are worried about AI. Not to mention the fact that let's say you're a company who has like trade secrets, and you're talking about like feeding information into an AI model that's not like an in-house AI model. Like, how much would that worry you with putting that data out? I mean, it's a very, very long shot, but for certain trade secrets, I wouldn't want to do that. The amount of coping from Shadiversity right now, it's the right stream for it. Okay. What's his new one? Is AI art a cheat? Shadow and Brooks versus... Oh, I forgot he did this. Hold on, we'll have a look at this one. The result blew my mind. We'll watch that one as well.
AI art is its own medium, and your statement that, you know, any AI image can be easily replicated, I'm sorry, I feel that's just genuinely false, because when you get to the very best or even talented, you know, versions of AI art, right, there are things that most AI artists cannot duplicate. And so I have an example here with my own work, right? And the types of detail that I make, right? And there's a lot of AI artists that produce AI images. When they see my work, they ask me how the hell I made it, because they can't get the same results. A lot of this stuff isn't easily replicatable, especially when you're dealing with swords and specificity. And so this image here, especially with how the crossguard overlays the hand and how the arm is crossing the body, is actually really difficult to try and do accurately with AI image generation. A lot of types of AI art, and these are the examples that I have here, are not easily replicatable, because to get these results, I'm inputting artistic direction. A lot of these are based on drawings that I've done to make sure I get the results I want, because I wouldn't be able to get this result just with text to image generation. And so it's not easily duplicatable.
The amount of time it would take for...
Wait, hold on. So just so we're clear, Shad. So what you're saying is, and I could be wrong, because what you say is a mumbled mess of cope and self-justification. You're saying that you have an image created of the stance you want, and then you input that into AI and have it colored in, essentially, right? With reference points of pre-existing assets. I don't know if that counts as art, bro. I think your original stance that you've created is art. It's not high art, but it's art. You know, like fucking stick figures arguing, like XKCD is artwork, and it's fucking stick figures. Wait, so he's literally drawing and having AI help him finish it? Yes, that appears to be the case. Oh my god, this is so incredibly painful.
For someone to reach those levels of rendering skill would be like 10 years of practice. So we're talking not just a benefit, a shortcut. This is something that's making it seem like you're able to do art that you couldn't do in 10 years of practicing.
That's awesome. Cool.
So you didn't do it.
I used a tool to help me get there.
It's not a tool, it's a cheat. It would be like saying, I'm going to win a swimming competition. I train real hard. I'm going to train my body. But I can't really do a very good job against normal competitors. So now I'm going to wear a wig and I'm going to jump into the women's pool. And I'm going to get all those gold medals.
I should point out, this is a very right-wing panel. So of course that's your fucking example. So anybody who knows or looks at, like, Twitter, this is George, I believe this is George Alexopoulos, I can't pronounce his name. He does a lot of the right wing. I think probably one of his most well-known images is Biden turning up and, like, making a woman white because she won't vote for him. That's this guy.
I trained.
Hang on.
It was hard.
Just false equivalency if I've ever heard one.
Yeah, false equivalence. Okay. There are actually no hard and fast rules of what defines art or how it should be made. So it's a false equivalence. And also, then digital art's a cheat, because
it's
you're
a
not...
shortcut. It's a shortcut to my gold medal. I deserve it.
But hang on, same with digital art then. I mean, you're not mixing the paint.
What gave it away?
Yeah,
fucking... God. Why is everyone so insufferable?
Here's the workflow of how I made this image. It's a design concept and character...
Okay, I'm actually interested. You could just say steroids. Yeah, you could say steroids, or I'm going to, like, oh, I can't win the same, so I'm going to attach, like, a fucking propeller to my legs. Some shit like that. There are so many better examples. In fact, the propeller is a much better example because it's directly referencing a technological advantage over pure skill. Flippers would have been a good example. Well, yeah, congratulations to everyone in chat who is smarter than the right-winger who wanted to make a transphobic jab. It's a low, who wanted to make a jab at the transphobic example. It's a low bar, I know. Jesus fucking Christ, these people. Oh, I could have said jetpack, yeah. And you are only on day one, Beckett. Just wait, for Christ.
Portrait for a space opera graphic novel I'm developing. The expression...
A space opera graphic novel... Shad is doing a space opera graphic novel with AI. Okay, unironically, we're going to read the whole of that in one sitting on stream if that comes out. Holy fuck, that's amazing.
Motion and pose of this drawing is very important. So to capture the expression and emotionality that I want to convey in this image that I'm making with AI tools, I first sketch out the initial pose and expression. I don't need to sketch out all the details at this point, just the primary pose and face.
Okay, so to be clear, Shad can sketch. Like, anything else aside, Shad, if you ever see this, you fucking lunatic, you can clearly sketch. Why are you using AI? If you can do this, clearly you understand form, everything else. You can draw. Right? Am I losing my fucking mind? It is a cheat. I mean, it's so obviously a cheat. It's just like he's got like the basic skills. He can't achieve the higher levels that he wants to achieve. He's like, well, I'm an artist. Fuck, I hate this shit. Oh, a fucking aneurysm.
I then bring the image into Photoshop and start cleaning it up, and also fixing the proportions.
He's lazy, Beckett? Yeah. Oh, come on now, Time. That's not true. They got the gays, the woman, the younger generation, each other, life itself, lots of material. True, Mally. He could have said, what if I put on a wig and go to the women's swimming team, use a jetpack and a propeller? Yeah, a little bit of increase.
After that is done, I then start drawing over the design of the outfit and other details like his hair. I also laid down the colors to give the image generator a guide. I use Stable Diffusion in the Automatic 1111 interface. You can install it locally on your computer for free. Takes a bit of a learning curve, but it is very powerful. So now with the image guide, I bring it. Takes a bit of a learning curve, but it is very powerful.
So that's his final image, which I want to be clear is not high art, but is not bad. This is not bad, okay? This is not terrible. It's not trash. You know? It's fine. If I could draw like that, unironically, if I was at that skill level, I would be happy. I'd be happy. Awesome.
So now
Shad's just like this goddamn video. I thought Shad for the longest time was claiming that he did this all through text generation. No wonder people can't get the same pose as you, Shad. You're drawing the fucking pose ahead of time. Holy shit, this is so fucking stupid. I actually can't believe it. This is worse than I thought it was. This is unironically worse than I thought it was. He has to be as good as Jazzy. Oh, God. Beckett just practices a little every day, lol. Look, yeah, like, don't get me wrong. I'm not precious about this stuff, but I wish I had more time. I wish I had more time in a day to sleep. I just sleep.
Now, with the image guide, I bring it into Stable Diffusion using ControlNet. ControlNet locks in the image generations to match the pose and shape of the input image, and these are the resulting image generations. You'll notice there's a lot of errors in them. This is one of the difficult balance when trying to convert an image, even with ControlNet. It's going to change a lot of things if you wanted to add more detail. I pick the best images out of the generations, and then I bring them into Photoshop and I start photo bashing the best elements from each of them, constructing a much more precise and finished image. And this stage does take a decent amount of digital illustrative work.
I would like to propose that my thumbnails are art. I've come to the realization through Shad that my thumbnails are art. I take multiple images and I bash them together. I put an outline around them. I add some text that conveys an emotional message to all of you so that you click on them. And that's why my art in thumbnails is some of the best art on the internet. Now, you may say, Beckett, you take the images from your thumbnails from random places on Google and Twitter and other people's videos and whatever else other shit you can find to try and make an image that annoys people so they click on it. And to that I say, you are ignorant. Ignorant and dishonest. You're constructing a straw man of my thumbnail art skills. This is so fucking stupid. This is so fucking dumb. I actually can't fucking believe it. It's so dumb.
You'll notice the image is looking fairly medieval at this stage. The reason being that it would confuse the image generator.
It's called a collage. God, that's the nicest thing anyone's ever said about my thumbnails. Thank you. I actually appreciate that. Bullying aside for a second, I actually don't think AI is the devil. I don't think that AI art has no potential. Sad reality is that it's people like Shadiversity using it. Yeah, it's like, don't get me wrong, the issue isn't like, and I will defend peace. I like AI music, actually. I think it's really useful for multiple things. I think the fact that it can be used to generate music for streams, which are copyright free, especially if you need something quickly, is really good. I am actually a defender of AI voices for certain things as well, which I know is unpopular, but if you're just trying to put a small project together that you're not going to make any money from, having an AI voice like do line reads for you, if you're like making a little independent animation or something, you don't have any voice actor friends, fucking really useful. And you should just say, like, I think you should mark it as AI voices and things, and you should be open and honest about using it. But I think AI has its place. It's when people like this are egotistical and are kind of trying to use AI to justify themselves at a level that they're not, because it's an ego thing. This is all a fucking ego thing.
Generator too much if I was trying to push it towards a medieval style and a sci-fi style. And so for these first generations, I was primarily getting it to do the medieval elements of it. I'm going to clean up most of the other areas just to make it easier as I regenerate.
I mean, no amount of AI will make up for his shit writing. Unironically, if Shad had written his book using AI, it would be better. It actually would. AI writing is scarily fucking good. It is genuinely scarily fucking good.
And keep working on this image, but I'm also going to add a kind of foundation for the sci-fi elements that I am going to be adding next in Stable Diffusion. The limbs and rotation points for an exoskeleton. Bringing into Stable Diffusion, I do a new prompt focusing on sci-fi mecha type elements, and then in-paint it so it only generate the hands, feet, and limbs of the exoskeleton. You'll see the prompt I used at the bottom of the screen here, and the various different generations I produced. I'm also using 3 LoRAs in this prompt. You can kind of consider them additions to the primary generating model. I'm using the noise offset LoRa, add a detail LoRa, and a mecha detail LoRa that adds really cool sci-fi robotic kind of details. Working with additional LoRas, finding the right ones that work, knowing their strengths.
God, this is going to be really interesting. If Shad releases a graphic novel with AI and it can't be copyrighted, how is he going to protect any of the, like, does he understand that he'll have no intellectual protection for it? And the problem is, as well, and this is kind of an interesting baseline, Shad, you realize you could just, like, clearly you understand enough that you could probably get, like, have you seen graphic novels? Has anyone actually ever seen a panel of, like, old school graphic novels? Like, this... this matters, actually. No, it doesn't. None of this matters. What the fuck am I talking about? None of this matters. Fuck. Fucking. Okay, so this is like what the panel art for V for Vendetta looks like. It's not overly detailed. It's pretty simple. And this is probably one of like the classic graphic novels now. If you look at like manga and things, manga is massively popular and it's just lines. Some manga panels are like fucking awful. And it's, you don't need more than that. Just draw it yourself. You don't need this weird shit. Also, did I get raided and just completely fucking didn't notice? Got no idea. Oh my god. I almost dismissed without realizing it was back here. Hey, is this Queen? Oh yeah, okay, I can see the emotes. Good evening, Queeman. Sorry, it didn't pop up. Good evening, Queeman Raiders. How you doing? We're ripping the shit out of Shad, and I'm avoiding reading his shit book. This has been a procrastination stream. How are we doing, guys? Becky, it didn't pop up. It didn't pop up in chat. Chat didn't like me today. How you doing? I just happened to glance at the live numbers. Most people hate AI bros, but not because they use AI, but because they are the most they are insufferable to listen to. Queenman owns me. That is true. That is true. We came up with a contract. It runs out in like 6 months. I hope you guys had a good fucking stream. I don't know what Queenman's even going over at the moment. Right, let's watch more of Shadiversity being shit at artwork.
And limitations, all of these.
But it's such a fucking loser.
These things are skills that you develop with practice by using these tools. Out of all the different generations I make here, I pick the best ones and once again start to compile them again, photo bashing the generations together to work towards the image and final result that I want. And it's not just cut and pasting. You'll notice that I'm actually illustrating and painting over top, warping and correcting elements as I go through this process. In fact, I spend far more time digitally illustrating this image than I do in the actual image generator itself.
This is such sad cope. This is such incredibly sad cope. The dramatic music.
A lot of people who use AI image generators actually give up only at the generation phase, and if it's not giving them the image they want, they don't take it any further. But by applying additional artistic abilities in different mediums, you can go so much further than the base generations you get out of the image generator. And the image isn't bad where it's at the moment, but I want to increase the details, make it look better, and bring it into a higher resolution. So I take this image back into Stable Diffusion, and I do.
For those just joining us, we are watching the Shad AI channel, which is a channel I only just was told about existing. And it is a channel entirely dedicated to him defending his AI artwork from critics. What large YouTuber loses their mind enough that they're like, they make a fourth channel out of pure fucking spite? It's so dumb.
Something different at this point. After regenerating some of the limbs and making a better rotation point, I increase the resolution of the image in Photoshop, bring that larger version into Stable Diffusion, and then I use the Ultimate SD Upscaler. This enables me to generate a higher resolution images in sections. And so you'll see it generate in sections as it goes down the image. And these are the generations that I make in this process, and you'll notice that it is much more detailed, and also the style changes because I switch the model to a more animated style model, which has a much more stylistic, cool look. The model I switch to...
A much more stylistic, cool look. This man has health problems and is in his 40s. Fucking hell. You know... The end of Shadiversity is like a video where he's like, testing whether you can commit suicide with a broadsword. That's the last Shadiversity video. AI will and should take all Twitter artists' jobs. Oh, this might actually be the first time chat turns into a fight. Irrelevant stealing cat right. I know digital drawings you can always have tools to help, like duplicate or mirror others, but never this much. Yeah, it's just... Oh, it's just a weird... It's such weird cope.
It's called Rev Animated, and check out the details here. It is already looking so much cooler. So now
You've
it's
looked
time
at
to
his
add
rate book, yeah, right? Okay, cool. Okay, fine, fuck it. Do you know what? Now we're here. Have I looked at his rate book? Yes, I have. I've got it on screen, funnily enough. Oh god. It's what I've been procrastinating from all fucking night. Yes, I bought a copy. So I bought a copy of this like a week ago, and we did like a read through of the first like couple of like the first chapter. It's fucking awful. That you joined at the right time. Right, okay, I'm gonna roll a cigarette, then we'll read a little bit because I did promise. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. What's your opinion on the Tage situation? I don't know what that is. I have not been... I have been asleep most of the day, John Doe. So if you want to tell me what the situation is, maybe jog my memory. I may give you a take, or I may go, I don't know what the fuck's going on. People who hate AI art are mad. They invested their time in a skill that is slowly becoming obsolete. They are blacksmiths mad about the plastic molds taking over the world. Welcome to a chat full of art community people. This should get interesting. No one's responding to you yet, but I'm sure. You look like you're from medieval times. I love this shirt. It's peasant maxing. It's because it's really hot at the moment, and I needed to. This is linen. It's light, and I was like, that's a nice style, and it's very appropriate for reading Shadiversity's shit medieval book. Fantasy God. Oh God, I come back and it's still about the AI stuff. We're on the book. We're on the book. Taj situation is Noxtaku pushing false grooming accusations of a random femboy VTuber. The fuck? I might have to look into that. The Noxtaku stuff's getting pretty interesting, I'll be honest. I saw Chud stream the other day on it. I thought it was fucking... I thought it was... I really liked that stream. Just Chud being like, oh, I've calmed down, guys. You've calmed me down. Then the minute Muta comes in, fuck you, Muta! I was like, that's great. Chef's kiss. Great content. AI didn't write the book. The book would be better if AI wrote it. Okay, so currently, I'll catch everyone up as to where we are before we start reading. Basically, first chapter introduces the character Dayton, whatever the fuck his name is, and he's going to the city to commit suicide. On the way there, he's being this massive, because there's so much random shit in the first chapter that's irrelevant. He's on the coach. The guy driving the coach is looking to duel in the city. So Dayton says, I know I'm old and all this shit. And then he's like, let's duel kind of thing. That's where we are. Thank you for the 5, Kairaz. Use the money to buy an AC unit, Crabman. This is going to become a constant theme of why can't I just buy an AC unit? I'm strongly considering it at this point. I'm strongly considering it. Okay. What? Paradan said incredulously. You heard me, Dayton spat. Dayton, you can barely stand. Doesn't matter. You can't deny anyone while wearing that ribbon. Okay, I'm going to point out for you, for those of you who have not read this book, the dialogue is agony. The descriptions are painful. The exposition is unimaginably bad, like fucking A-level English student bad. Actually, worse. It's fucking terrible. I'm gonna try and make this as entertaining as I can, but do not expect much, okay? I'm going to, like, your expectations of this novel should be in the fucking ground. Do not have any belief in Shad at all, okay? That's all I ask of you. Right. Of course I can. Light. The ribbon means I must accept every fair challenge. Fair. You listen now and listen good, you little snot. Christ. Dayton said, you can see why I procrastinated. Dayton said with a growl, you'll grant me what my honor deserves and fight to first blood with the best of your ability. Got it? I might kill you. Like, that's far off anyway. If you deny me, I'll take back that money I gave you and tell everyone how much of a light-cursed coward you are and that you pissed yourself at the sight of your own shadow. Paradine's mood darkened. You don't need to get personal, Dalen. Then act like a swordsman and fight me. Christ. A true swordsman would never accept such an unfair fight. Dalen growled and hefted his sword into a plough stance. The sword pointed diagonally towards his opponent. It took a lot of effort, but Dalen pushed himself on the advance. Pardon drew his sword and reflexively stood in wrath, which held the sword near his right ear. The blade pointed back over his shoulder. Is this Shad? Because, like, again, for those joining us, one of the selling points of this novel was Shad saying that it's going to have detailed like descriptions of like sword stances and movements and all this shit. I mean, oh, this is going to be painful. Stop this, Dalen, he said. You'll just make a fool of yourself. Dalen pushed his sword forwards in a thrust, forcing Pardon to move. Pardon tried to counter with a diagonal strike from wrath, a type of riposte meant to parry and place his sword on the point for a counter thrust. God, this is awkward. Dalen stepped to his right. It was more of a stumble, but he expected his body to move like this, which was no matter as the fight was already over. By stepping and raising his sword into a hanging parry angled down, Dalen deflected the strike to his side and stepped forward, positioning himself inside Paradan's guard. Without pause, Dalen continued to stumble past Paradan's side, his hands moving to twist the sword around and kick Paradan in the chest with the back edge. Dalen staggered a few more steps before regaining his footing. He let his arms drop and hunched over, wheezing heavily. Paradan spun to face him. Dalen glanced back and smiled. A small trickle of blood ran down Paradan's cheek, who touched the blood with stunned eyes. Impossible, he said. No, practice. You have a good foundation, but are still bare as a baby's arse. Doth matters thrusting, Jesus Christ. Paradan's face grew red. He had just been beaten by a very old man. Not merely old, but ancient, as few people reach Dalen's years. Luck, Paradan said. Then try to strike me, if you can, Dalen said, forcing himself upright. He didn't even bother to raise a guard as Paradan took his sword in a roof stance and approached. He feinted a downward strike, but pulled back into a sideways reverse cut aimed at Dalen's head. Dalen hunched, resting his chin on his chest, and stepped forwards. It was a slight movement, and therefore far more manageable than an attack he had done in their first exchange, but precise. What is it with Shad and precision? Oh, it's about precision. It's about that's where the true skill lies. You fucking hack. Wait, the main protagonist is an old guy? Yes, the main protagonist is an old guy. We're not going to get there, by the way. Tonight, anyway. I don't know. The synopsis for this book, because I happen to know ahead of time, mostly I guessed it, is Dalen is on his way to commit suicide by throwing himself into this weird fucking energy thing that runs through the center of the world. It's very weird. He gets isekai'd, basically, into being younger again. I'm not really sure what the world is like that he gets. I don't know whether it's a time travel thing or what. But yes, so this is like starting at the end and then going to like the like starting like as an old man gets reincarnated, that kind of thing. Where's your book? When I was published admittedly by small press, but I was at least published by somebody. Shad had to self-publish. No one was fucking interested in this shit. Okay? It's not a competition anyway. Shad rape book. Yeah, Shadiversity. Sharing a name with Shad. Shadman. There is rape. There is apparently a lot of rape in this book. How unique. Yeah, I mean, much like Shad kit bashing images together, his book is a kit bash, basically, of shit fantasy tropes. When does the rape come in? We're going to read a bit of this, and then, I don't know, I'm probably going to try and search for it. In fact, I'll have a look through, and we'll try and get to a good bit. Paragon's high strike would usually be a sound move, as the other swordsmen should have raised their sword to respond, but Dalen could read Paragon like an open book. His hunched step had dodged under Paragon's strike completely, putting their bodies beside each other. With Dalen's sword pointing down, he hefted it up hilt first with both hands. The sword passed in between Paragon's arms, where the pommel struck him under the chin. Paragon's head swung back from the impact, and he fell to the ground, letting go of his sword completely. He lay there, rubbing his chin, and then he opened his eyes. Dalen's sword was pointed at his throat. Swordplay isn't just about strength, speed, fitness, or precision, son. All these things help, true, but the most important thing is being able to read your opponent to react with the right move. A precise strike that gets blocked is worse than a sloppy one that connects. If you know how to read your opponent, it doesn't matter if you're like me and can barely stand, you'll still win. Paragon lay stunned for a short time before saying, "Teach me." "I don't have the time," Dalen said, dropping his sword. The energy from the bringer had given him was completely gone. "Now get up and give me a hand before I collapse." Paragon did, and leaning on him helped Dalen become more lucid. Light, did it feel good to swing a sword again. It was bad for his body, but good for his soul. As it turned out, his instincts were as keen as ever. Jesus Christ. He's supposed to be redeemed at the end, but he uses sexual violence as a punishment in his previous life, and his redemption is literally him using sexual violence on his son. Fucking what? No. No, hold the fucking what? Hold on, let me find this. Yeah, I didn't stun the motherfuckers. Do you happen to know where in the book it is? See. Book. Give me a second. Shadow of the Conqueror. Just gonna search Shadow of the Conqueror rape, I guess. Is there any way this is first video that comes up is this isn't morally grey, this is nonsense. Does anyone know whereabouts in the book this is? Is there a way that I can search this book? Let me just take it off screen a second. Because Kindle is like a fucking nightmare for this. It's like, your name is at the top of the screen. Thanks, Kindle. Great. Go to page or location. I want page or location. How many page? Okay, it's on Kindle, so it's like $5.19. It's at the end, of course. Fuck, I don't want to pick up my copy. Can I? Okay. Building an index. There are 30 matches for rape, okay? What the fuck? What is this? Do you have any idea what you did to me? She said softly. Dalen nodded. I do. Really? She said mockingly. You know what it was like to have strangers come into my home, and threaten to kill my family unless I let you rape me again and again, to strip me naked and parade me around, to force me to participate in the most perverted acts until you grew bored, threw me out and moved on to another? Dalen's shame overwhelmed him, and he broke down crying for it. It was true. Everything she had said was true. But Dalen could think of nothing to say. There was no excuse for why he had done to her. Search son, okay. What is this? This is fucking wild. Holy shit. Son. 84 matches found. Okay. This is fucking actually insane. It's insane. Okay, Jack, what my... I want to make a joke, but this just speaks for itself. Yes! Yes, it does! Holy shit! Okay, look, I am open now to recommendations of where to go in this book. This was always sort of the intention. But, like... yeah, he raped a lot of women, and then he always says the ones with children looked a bit happier. It's wretched. No. Oh, God. This is so weird. Oh God, did you see that shit? The rape scene was about bashing abortion. Really? Is that what it's in reference to? That's fucking insane. Oh my fucking God. Okay, son. So how does he punish his son? Let's go for that. Okay. I see it now. I didn't read it the first time. Sorry, I'm just in stunned awe. I just exist in a state of stunned horror and awe, okay? That's where we are. Okay, I think I've got it. That woman and only 3 others said such moderate testimonies. The rest were far more willing to express stronger feelings. I hate him, a more fragile woman said, quivering as she struggled to get through her testimony. The fact that he's still alive to torment me and my son is too much. You must kill him and let our suffering end. Strangely, it was the woman who didn't have any children by him that seemed to despise him more than any others. To them, Dalen had truly ruined their lives. Many not ever finding marriage, and a few still bearing a deep psychological pain. Dalen wept with his head hanging in shame as they spoke. State your name for the record, the judge moderator for the Fool's proceedings said. Archon Lythe, Knight Arknor, and Life... fucking... Jesus, Shad. Even at this point, you're a fucking pretentious, annoying cunt. Right. QTV5, tonight's episode, the writer's barely disguised fetish. Ah, God. Dalen's head shot up. He had not thought he would ever see Lyra again. She didn't look at him. I was only 14 when this man's servants took me from my home by force. My parents' lives were continuously threatened if I didn't willingly submit myself to the Emperor. What he did to me over the next month was disgusting, vile, and the abuse has left me emotionally scarred ever since. I've never been able to be close to another man because of him. I've hated the Conqueror with more passion than I can express, and I even tried to kill this man when I learned who he was. I still hate him, she said bitterly and then sighed. But it's wrong to not consider what... I'm sorry, what? This statement begins with this man. This man is a fucking pedophile who has scarred me for life. And then goes on, but it's still wrong to not consider what Dalen has done since he received his powers. He single-handedly uncovered the Dawnist plot and then defeated him, saving the city and countless lives in the process. He should be remembered for the good he has done as well as the evil. Apart from that, let him live or die, I don't care. All I want is to never see him again. Jesus. Oh my god. A deep pain remained in Dalen's heart as Lyra stepped off the dais. No! There's nuance, you see. Oh fuck. Okay, hold on. We're gonna keep searching through. I'm gonna keep searching through. I'm gonna take that off the screen a little bit. Jesus. This is bizarre. You may have to kill someone, but you'd never rate them. The MC literally made that choice and we're supposed to feel bad. Yeah, like, so there are certain things that we like understand as an audience are like unforgivable crimes. This is why your villains are usually rapists, like in like dark fantasy. Because we understand that that's something like seen as like there's something like fucked or like child killers. This is the way that you sort of like indicate to an audience how bad a character is. Search children. What a depressing thing to write in my chat. No, Gina screamed, raising to her feet. You freed us from the aristocracy. And I also slaughtered their children. Nothing excuses that. God. What? What is this? I ever do to you? What did my sisters ever do? They were just children. What did my parents do? My father was the governor of trade, he screamed bitterly. I'll never forgive you for what you did to me. This man is a monster and must die. Saving the city doesn't change what he's done. Let the world be done with him and good riddance. So, like, the story, like, so this section of the book, Daedalus is on trial for this? What the fuck? Is this the way that fucking Shadiversity wanted to work the redemption arc? What a fucking lunatic. What an actual fucking lunatic. So I'm just searching through on children. There are 59 matches for it. There's lots of... There is a lot of references to fathering children in this. Okay? There are so many. Like, so many of the references are... I'm just going to read some of these to you. I'm going to read these to you. Where it's like, I've sired multiple children. Dalen had loads of children. He wondered about the children, fatherless children wandering through the world. Jesus. It's so poorly handled, he has stomped on incredibly brittle territory. Yeah, it's crazy. Cope and read, true. Every time I start to type out a thought, I take a look about a thoughtful take about dark content and media. Remember, we're talking about Shadiversity and give up. This is insane. Not cope and breed. No, bad. Behave. What else do I search? What the fuck? Li's head raced on the doors of her room as she wept bitterly. He was more like his father than she could bear. He looked exactly the same. His height and posture, even the way his way of speaking, were all identical. And when he got angry or annoyed, that was the hardest of all. When he spoke, that was that way. She was trapped. She was a trapped little girl again, completely under his power. No matter what she tried, that voice cowed her as completely as if she had been raped all over again. Like aghast as her sorrow grew. How could she do this? It was impossible. She had thought she could separate the boy from his father, but he was too similar to the bastard. A knock rung on the door, causing her to jump back. She sighed in frustration, angry at how weak she was. This is just like fetish writing. She was angered by her weakness for her once rapist. Jesus Christ. Search Teddy, I need to know him in the book. Yeah, Shad is a Mormon and practices Quiverpool, which is a religious movement that thinks you need to breed an army for the rapture. Killjoy, is that actually true? I believe you, but... I've been such a light-cursed monster, Dalen said to himself, recording from the memory, which seemed clearer and more vivid than ever before. He couldn't help but recoil, as any sane and good person would, which he was, obviously, because he's the protagonist. You know, how hard is it to write a character that's not... This is like edgy 14-year-old stuff, right? Yeah, my character's got a dark history. He's a monster. He's a rapist. I'm like, maybe that'll be hard for a reader to connect with or sympathize with. Why are Mormon authors always like this? Jesus Christ. He couldn't help but recoil, as any sane and good person would, when thinking of such perverted and foul things as raping a frightened 14-year-old girl. The problem was that Dalen couldn't recoil away from himself, as much as he might try, for whenever he turned he would find another vile perversion he had committed, which only compounded his guilt. Oh my god, it's so fucking self-suffering. How could he have done such acts? How could any man do such evil? Yet he had. And now he was being punished for those crimes, and he deserved every bit of misery and torment. Okay, cool. What are we gonna do? Table of contents. About the author, hold on a second. He likes swords. What a fucking loser. Okay. Okay, we're just going to go to chapter, 49, I guess. What page is this? You know, tell me which page it is, Kendall? Okay. But I cannot live forever. Beyond my control, death finally draws near. I wonder what it will be like. Will my existence end as some claim is the fate of those destined for outer darkness? If that's the case, I see it as a gift. I'll soon find out. It took 4 fools for all the charges to be laid out and the witnesses to give testimony. If every single person... Sorry, I have to close this and like rearrange because it's like blinding me. If every single person who had given testimony against him had done so, it would have taken months. But only those most wronged felt the need to confront him on the stand. Dalen had never cried so much in his life. Aww, he looks so pretentious, yeah. Get rid of the rape part, make a regular murderer, it's easier for people to forgive. It actually is. It legitimately is. Like, so if you want some character points... and again, just, Mum was an author, I grew up fucking hearing this shit all the time, and this is not just me giving advice, it is advice given to me by a couple of extremely successful authors. So, like, there's just little things. Like, if you want a character who's got a dark history, make those redeemable dark things. If you're a murderer, you can be redeemed as a murderer. You can have all this angst and things and confront it, but that's a redeemable function because there's situations where, like, murder is explainable either through circumstance or, like, situation. It's not true for something like rape. If you want to write a character, people who, like, a lot of people end up writing Mary Sue's when they first write characters. Your character needs to have flaws. Those flaws can't be like, she was just too good at everything and everyone liked her. No, you need flaws. Like alcoholism. This is why you see, like, in detective novels and things, you see alcoholism constantly because it's a really easy flaw that a reader can go, oh, he's smart and intelligent, but also he's addicted to things. This is the same with House. House is a deeply dislikable character, but because of the drug addiction and his, like, grouchiness and everything else, it's like, it's a sympathetic element that people can latch onto because most people will know something about addiction. So it doesn't have to be, like, a big flaw, or it doesn't have to be, like, a world-ending flaw. You just need a flaw to write a three-dimensional character. And that needs to play into, like, a general thing about, like, to show they're still human. Like, you want to know what the hardest thing to write is? Like, as a character, an immortal character. Like, if you've got a character who is invincible, and there are a couple of authors who do this really fucking well, actually, it's actually quite difficult because there's no physical threat to them. So generally speaking, for something like that, for example, you build the threat to, like, the things they care about, and you make that thing very, very threatened, and their ability to act upon it very, very limited. So you could be immortal, for example, but you can't be everywhere at once, right? You can't control everything. So you're constantly, like, beating back an ever-progressing tide of time as it withers the things you care about. That sort of stuff is, like, it's like little things. You need ways that the author is going to, like, pull back and understand that character. Incredibly talented authors can get you engaged even if you can't forgive or like the main character. If you want a main character, and that's a great point, if you want a main character who is like a monster, a rapist, all these terrible things, make them unrepentant. That's unironically, make them unrepentant. Because if they just go, I did all these things, I don't care. Like, let's say we're taking Dalen. A foil can easily be a Mary Sue. Potentially. But Mary Sues are always a bit difficult. Like, you can lead into it as, like, so I can't remember what it was, but there's, like, one where, like, basically it's a Mary Sue character. And they're a Mary Sue all the way through, until they're not. And it's this whole thing of, like, God, I can't remember what fucking book it is. It might be a show. But basically, the reason they're a Mary Sue is everyone else is propping them up, and they're really arrogant, and they're an unreliable narrator. And it's only in the latter half that this becomes really evident, where the people around them can't prop them up anymore, that they start to fail. But yeah, if you want a character who's a monster, make them unrepentant. Because with, like, let's take it Dalen, for example. You can take a character like Dalen and go, this person is a murderous, rapist bastard who conquers and oppresses. But that's what the world needs. Like, he is terrible in every conceivable way, but without him, things fail. So, like, he is an evil, but a necessary evil. And your readers may not like him. In fact, all the better if they don't. But part of the problem with Dalen in this, and like reading through it, it's really obvious. He is such a fucking whiny bitch. He's a whiny fucking, I'm so guilty, I'm so sad, I did all these things that are terrible. That's not a redemption arc. That's not a redemption arc. Like, the sort of person who would rape a 14-year-old is probably not the person who's going to go through a deep, self-reflective redemption arc. It's just not going to happen. Just be like, yeah, I'm a monster. What are you going to fucking do about it? Because if I'm not here being a monster, you'll all fucking die. Sure, I'm going to kill some of you. I'm going to take some of you out. I'm going to burn the old city to the ground. But this world is going to function and most of your lives are going to be better because it's all chaos. That's how you write a character like that. I yeeted you how Quiverful and Mormons overlap and how they have so many fucking kids and do the weird breeder shit. Oh, sorry, Kildare, I should have been clearer. I'm aware of Quiverful, I just wasn't aware that Shadiversity was Quiverful person. I also think the framing of the book also fails in this case. It's framed like he's the victim and his actions were okay because he feels bad about it. Yeah. It's just like you're trying to force sympathy in the reader. Now you can make wicked people like rapers, sympathizers, sympathetic by first introducing their redeemable features, the struggles they have and motivates for the crime, and then showing the crime. The problem is rape is an indefensible crime. Like in literary terms, in general terms, actually. I think that's the thing about it. Like, if you murder somebody, you can justify murder. You can there is a range of situations, whether it's defensive, revenge, all kinds of fucking shit, hunger, whatever, where you can justify murder. But rape is one of these crimes where the benefit to you is only personal satisfaction and power. That's it. So it becomes indefensible. You just can't create a situation where a character is, or actually, I mean, I've never seen an example of this. I would say it would have to be like, you'd have to do something fucking exceptional. And this isn't me being like soy about the topic. I'm happy to engage in the topic. I just can't think of a situation where like a reader is going to go, oh yeah, no, that I'm empathetic. I understand why you rate that. I don't see how you would construct that narrative. Would Lolita not be a counterexample, though, even though it's statutory and not violent, I think? I've never read Lolita, so I don't know. But that actually is an interesting point. I'll tell you what. I will have a look at... I'm not going to read Lolita. Straight up. I will go and read some... I will go and read and like do a bit of research in other people's interpretations of Lolita. And... have a think. That is an interesting counter example. I will give you that. I think Lolita's a difficult one because I believe the framing of Lolita is to do with the character being pathetic. It's not a sympathy thing. I'd have to look at it. It's been a while. I did see a video essay on it like a while ago, but it's been a while. And still, it's... anyway, I'll have a look. I might come back to you next time we do a reading stream. Even like something like Dexter, you can't make story like, no, it's okay, he rapes the rapist. Yeah. Lolita is in no way a reversal. I don't know enough about, like, okay, so all I know, Lolita is an explicit condemnation. Okay, yeah, sorry, unfathomable. Just quickly, it's not about whether it's condemnable or reversible. It's about whether the character can still be sympathetic and likable. And I don't know because I've never read Lolita. That's the question. It's not. It's like, it's not about whether it's justifying it, because none of this is justifying it. We're just talking about whether characters can still be likable if you make them rapists. Just to be clear. Obviously, there are no situations where rape or pedophilia are justifiable. Lolita is a fantastic book. I'm not reading it out of like some principle. I'm not reading it out of some principle, so I just can't be bothered to read it. I'm just being honest with you. It's supposed to be a look at how vile the pedo is and how he rationalizes it. We'll see. Okay. Saying Lolita is a sympathetic story. Well, again, I've not read it, but actually, I think if it's just a condemnation and of his own justifications, I think that plays to my original point, which is if you're going to have a character who is a rapist or a monster, make them unrepentant, because that's probably the only way you're going to make a reader even slightly identify with them. Because in case of Dalen, it's just pathetic. Like, I don't. It's just slightly pathetic. You'd have to be like Frank Herbert to like him. Okay, fair enough. The character is very likable, but that's just because of the extremely good writing. That's why it's such an abomination. The book is a complete clusterfuck. God, now you're kind of making me want to read it. It's never just it just never works for rape. It's too far from it's just too far to come back from. That's why most cases rapists are killed or gotten rid of in most media. Yeah. So yeah, again, baseline of where this started. If you want a villain who everyone is going to hate almost unreservedly, make them a rapist. Game of Thrones does this all the time, by the way. Game of Thrones does this all the fucking time when they want to, like, when Martin wants to set up a character that you just will hate. Depravity is best used deliberately, not as a backdrop. Yeah. Even rapist characters I know are medias out there that try to cutesify or justify the characters, but it never works. It literally just makes the author and creator look terrible. Well, this is the thing. Like, when you read a lot of fan fiction, and like Shadiversity's book is like a step up from fan fiction, where it's clearly self-serving to like himself, but it reminds me, it actually unironically for a right-wing Christian Mormon author, it reminds me a lot of like, do people remember like all the rape stuff on Tumblr back in the day? Like all the bronies with like the fucking rape fan fictions and people like Lily Orchard. Reminds me a lot of that. Dude, don't read it. Fuck that cheddar that's telling you to read it. Look, like you shitter. Look, I was talking about Edge earlier. I've done my fair share of reading fucking insane books. But, yeah. Counterexample to all of these points is the main character of the Mr. Girls song, I Kill Pedophiles. Jesus Christ. I was thinking about how Game of Thrones does that since I'm currently reading it. I've never read Game of Thrones. But show ruined it for me. Show ruined the books for me. But I don't read that much fantasy anymore. Mostly if I read fantasy, it's Terry Pratchett. I tend to read more science fiction, and I tend to read a lot of horror. Mostly I read Lovecraft. If I sit down and for fun, I'm one of these weird people who will reread books. I do that a lot. So I'll reread, I don't know, Shadow over Innsmouth. I've read Shadow over Innsmouth like 20 times. God, that's a bit fucking sad, really, isn't it? Sorry, I can hear myself screaming dead air, dead air, dead air. Welcome to the Beckett Chill streams. Terry Pratchett is excellent. Terry Pratchett has some of the best fucking quotes as well. Like, if you take the universe and grind it down to the finest sand and sieve it through the finest sieve, show me one atom of justice, one molecule of mercy. Oh, Pratchett was incredible. Pratchett always gets put down as like a young person's author or like a comedy author, but Pratchett's work is fucking incredible. At least fanfiction has the good grace to pretend it's not highbrow, yeah. I reread books, but don't like rewatching movies. It's interesting. Yeah, I'll do both. There's like certain like comfort things. Like I fucking hate the Harry Potter books. I've hated them ever since I was a kid. When everyone else was reading Harry Potter, I was reading like Wizardversity. And there's the pretentious like kid in me still that's like, yeah, you were all reading Harry Potter, and I was reading a much better written, much better constructed series of novels. Fuck you. Incredibly pretentious. But I really like the Harry Potter films. I watch them when I'm depressed. When I'm sad, I'll go to bed and just put on Harry Potter films and go to sleep. That's how I deal with depression. What's your take on other cosmic horror, Beckett, like Jun Ito, and analog horror like Greylock? I love that you provided, unironically, I love that you provided the additional. Okay, so I think a lot of cosmic horror is fucking terrible. I think it is very hard for most people to write, unless you're prepared to actually, like, part of the reason, like, Lovecraft is so good is because he is a racist, bigoted, xenophobic lunatic who is scared of everything, including mathematics, and that seeps into his writing. And that's true of, like, most people who create things. It's going to, like, bits of you seep into the work you create. People, like, the best cosmic horror is Japanese generally. Not just for Jun Ito. I'm pronouncing that terribly, by the way. I know exactly who you're talking about. For those who don't know, he does, like, for instance, you probably see the thing of, like, people crawling into holes. This one belongs to me. That's him. But, very good. Very good. I love manga horror. But I fucking love analog horror. I absolutely adore it. I think Greylock is great. I really like the Flesh Pit, like the Flesh Pit National Park. I think is really fucking good as well, as sort of like drawn and written, created like analog horror. It kind of fits into that. Yeah, like analog horror is like a really great inheritor of that because there's something so fucking broken about it. There's one that I was watching recently. Liminal Land's really good. What else? God, there are so many. I actually watch quite a lot of analog horror like reviews. Yeah, Greylock's really good. I like Greylock. There's one recently like Carnivita. Is it Carnivita? Carnivita's really good. Can't read. Yeah, Vita Carnus. Literally, I just looked at the chat and saw you write it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to season 2. Season 1 ended on like Vita Carnus is fucking wild, by the way. Vita Carnus goes from just like describing these creatures and like this new life form to like a full-on in-depth thing of like picking apart how they ended up on Earth. There's like a government raid of a facility. It's done really well. Vita Carnus is fantastic. What's the one where it's like it's like in a national park, but it's like it's all done through infomercials, which is a very, very popular format. But like there's yeah, it's like I'll dig through a lot. I'd love to do an episode on analog horror. For those of you who know and hate Evan, I've actually done a couple of streams on Evan's channel, like reviewing like bad analog horror or just general analog horror. Actually, we went over, Linkara, Top the Fourth Wall. Linkara did an analog horror series, and it's fucking terrible, but it's actually not that bad. It misses the point. Gemini, thank you. Oh, and local whatever it is, 34, I think. Gemini Home Entertainment. There we go. Yes. Fucking great series. Woodlands National Park. Yeah, there's... Oh my god. Midwest Angelica? I don't think I've seen that one. I wish we could get into analog horror, but I haven't been able to pique my interest. One good way to get into it is through a couple of creators, like Local 58. There we go. I'm trying to think. God, what was it? Okay, yeah, no, I was gonna talk about SCP. I really like old school SCP. Some of the new stuff's good, but like I like. Does anyone watch Vulgan? The Vulgan? He does like SCP like case file report reads. He's really good. There is a Batman analog horror. Fucking what? SCP's like Daleport, yeah. Like that's actually well done cosmic horror. Daleport's nicely layered as well. I like Daleport. It's a good one. I particularly like London, like Below London is really good. And God, what's the other one? The one where they're in like a submarine and it like dissolves them into the suits. I don't like when they try to make too much narrative. Yeah, it needs a good balance. Shad, you're so boring that we got bored of the Rape book and now we're just talking about horror. Jesus. Speaking of fan fiction, how long have we been going? Like 4 hours. Teddy has written fan fiction, and I said I would read it. So we're going to read Teddy's fan fiction. Teddy wrote Isekai Hitler fan fiction. How can I not read that on stream? God. We'll read all of it. He's written multiple chapters. Where Spider-Man is dying from radiation. Oh my god. Let's just bring this up actually. Oh, fuck. Might have broken something. That's fine. I'm gonna leave it small because I can't turn it to night mode and it will blind you. So it's gonna stay as small as possible. This is Teddy's fan fiction, which is titled "What's Reich is Reich." Thank you, Teddy. And I believe the original challenge was just to write something better than Shadiversity's book. So I'll let you all decide whether he has achieved this. I need to finish the cigarette as well. I'm going to spend time with my pug. I just heard a bad fan fiction. I'm not sure about this one. Have a good night. Have a good night. Okay. Whom is Teddy? Teddy is a chatter. And he put in the effort. I feel like I should be rewarded. I kind of want Beckett to watch Five Nights at Freddy's analog horror like Walton Files so he can laugh at it. Actually, I've never heard of that. Mermaid, you can tweet at me at Cope and Seethe on Twitter. I don't know if that's our actual Twitter handle, but I'm sure you can find us. I think it's linked somewhere on the channel. I think Jenny did that. So you can find that. He's Teddy. I'm an idea. Jesus Christ. Okay. We read the first chapter last time, but we're gonna reread because I think that's fair. We'll do it all in one sitting. I'm probably not gonna interact with chat much, depending on what's in this, but I am just gonna read it. So Teddy's got a nice reading of his artistic creation. Okay. That's not right. In the dimly lit streets of Berlin, where shadows lingered like secrets, Adolf Hitler trudged through the remnants of his life. The cobblestones glistened with rain, reflecting flickering street lamps that cast his figure in an ethereal glow. Broken and tormented, he was a ghost of the man he once claimed to be. A soldier who had fought on the fringes of morality and lost. Years of being the Führer of Germany has hardened him, crafting the Frauenprinzip, I can't pronounce that, sorry Teddy, from the tumult of war. Hitler had misinterpreted valor. In his twisted reality, violence was a calling, not a curse. The task force he had been a part of became infamous, not for its heroics, but for murdering Jews. His hands had been stained with blood, not just the enemies, but innocent lives caught in the crossfire, a fact that haunted him day and night. Hitler knew that the road to redemption isn't going to be easy. He knew there would be people out there who would never see the change he went through that night in the bunker, where he felt like there was no way out, only to be saved by the Lightbringer, a benevolent being that sent Adolf on this path. Adolf's first mission was simple. He was meant to save a young Jewish boy by the name of Shmuel Schmidt from his former ally, Joseph Mengele. "Joseph!" Hitler yelled out. "Oh, Hitler! I've missed you!" Joseph replied, with a smile and a look of fondness for Hitler. "You cannot harm that Jew, Joseph!" Hitler yelled out. Joseph, confused, shoved the young Jew to the wall and in a confused whimper asked Hitler, "What?" Hitler, with regret in his eyes, said, "Joseph, we were wrong. The Jews are all right, bro." Joseph, full of hate, grabbed the young Jew and screamed at Hitler. "How could you? You were my messiah, my mentor. Now you side with them?" Hitler looked down with a look of guilt, knowing that Joseph is a reflection of him, said, "Yes." He took out his Luger and shot his old friend. Shmuel Schmidt looked up at Hitler, still shaking, and asked, "Why did you do it?" Hitler replied, "What's Reich is Reich," and walked into the sunset. It's like 100%, 1,000% better. Oh, do I have to sign up? You gonna make me sign up to this? For fuck's sake. Civil. God damn it. Fine. Fine. Oh my god. What? Okay, well you can cut this off. What the fuck is this? Oh god. I have to do a whole sign-in, okay? Teddy, I'm not reading that fucking comment out. That'll be clipped against me. Oh my god. Okay. Putting a random day of birth. What the hell is the requirements? Say you. And you. I don't think anyone's gonna hack into my Wattpad thing. I don't like either of these. Fuck off. Skip, go away. I do not care. This is ridiculous. This is actually insane. This is the worst. Yes, I would like to start reading. Can you take me back to my Hitler fanfiction, please? This is so bad. Oh my fucking god. This is actually painful. Okay. I should be signed in now. Right, okay. Oh, God, that was a fucking drama, wasn't it? Right, okay. Apologies. You really want to sign into erotic Hitler fanfics? It's like, are you here to read LGBT plus content, diverse content, gender content? Like, all these things came up, and I was like, no, I'm here to read the Hitler fanfiction. You have no options for this. This is awful. What an awful fucking website. As a Wattpad enjoyer, I feel your pain. That's awful. Okay. Do the right thing. Adolf Hitler paced his sparsely furnished training room, practicing kung fu in an effort to reshape his fate. It had been a week since he had taken the life of his former ally Joseph Mengele to save a Jew, but Hitler knew his journey to redemption isn't over. He sensed it, an inevitability. The Lightbringer had remained silent after the fateful encounter, but such silence was merely the calm before the storm. After a long week, the Lightbringer finally came with a mission, was to stop a neo-Nazi known as PewDiePie. Hitler appreciated that this is going to be a bigger challenge than just shooting Joseph and saving some random Jew boy, but it was a challenge he was willing to face. So he travelled to Japan, throwing himself into the shadows. Hitler scanned the surroundings, murmuring the philosophy he once embraced. But now, with each step, the echoes of that ideology felt less weighty, more hollow. PewDiePie, he whispered, before positioning himself outside. There he would find the source of his movement. PewDiePie looked at Hitler with disappointment in his eyes. Look at you. You're such a pussy-ass bitch now, PewDiePie said with a voice filled with disdain. Hitler just looked down now, not out of shame for who he is now, but who he was. PewDiePie, the opportunistic Nazi, took a second to calculate his next move, and then suddenly, bam, he punched Hitler. Hitler stood tall. He took out his sword, an ornate piece that gleamed with an eerie allure. He was ready to engage in combat. PewDiePie was quick and deadly with each punch. Hitler became weaker, and right before PewDiePie could deliver the final blow, a blinding light enveloped the horizon, and from the radiant beacon stepped forth the Lightbringer. PewDiePie, the Lightbringer shouted. Hitler knew the fight is over, and let out an enthusiastic, "Yeah, baby!" I hate you, Taddy. The Lightbringer shot PewDiePie with a bazooka, turned to Hitler, and said, "Keep doing the right thing." Fucking Christ. Listen, 40 people were prepared to sit here and listen to me talk about Eldritch Horror, and they are missing out. Right? They have left, and that is that, and that is on them. Fucking hell. Let the right one in. In the depths of his tormented sleep, Adolf Hitler found himself enveloped in swirling shadows. The air crackled with a disquieting energy, a spectral disturbance that tugged at the edges of his consciousness. His nights had grown restless of late, plagued by echoes that seemed to pierce the veil between reality and void. "Help, help," the voices pleaded, echoing through the corridors of his mind, shrouded in desperation. At first, he dismissed these sounds as mere remnants of his troubled psyche, a byproduct of the weight on his shoulders and the crimson visions that danced behind closed eyes. Yet, as the nights rolled on, the urgency in the voices clawed at him, drawing him towards something greater than himself. And then came the Lightbringer. He appeared, sublime in his ethereal glow, a figure that could command both terror and awe. Clad in robes that shimmered with a brilliance that seemed to eclipse the very darkness of night, the Lightbringer bore an otherworldly presence. The shadows recoiled as if they paid homage to his radiant being. Adolf, his voice boomed, melodious yet laden with the weight of ominous knowledge. You have another mission. Hitler felt the ground beneath him tremble, his heart racing as he beheld the celestial entity. I understand, he said with a calmness. The Lightbringer replied, raising a hand and summoning forth images that danced like spectres in the air. You were really getting into this, weren't you, Teddy? You are to turn your gaze eastward. Poland is in danger. Hitler had a look of shame after the mention of Poland. You see, back when he was the Führer, Hitler and the Polish people didn't see eye to eye. No. See? And it's educational. Oh, God. How can I go there after what I did, he screamed, desperation tinging his voice, almost breaking under the weight of regret. After all the Poles I killed, those Polacks hate me, I know it. The towering figure of the Lightbringer, a shimmering embodiment of redemption, stood before him, solid, yet compassionate. Adolf, the Lightbringer replied, his voice as soothing as a balm for a wounded soul. Please, I know this is hard, but you're the only one who can save Poland. Hitler then replied, okay, that's all well and good, but how do I even get there in time? With a gentle gesture, the Lightbringer poked his nose. I'm sorry, Teddy, did you write Hitler got booped into your fucking fanfiction? Jesus Christ. The Lightbringer poked his nose. In an instant, the shadows enveloped him, and with a disorientating rush, he found himself standing at the edge of a city in Poland. He took a moment to collect himself, scanning the surroundings before he remembered his purpose, to find Shadiversity. I have no fucking idea. The elusive Polish politician who was secretly a serial killer, who sought power to fuel his insatiable hunger for blood. Finding this man was a crucial step in redeeming himself. After hours of searching, he approached a Kalufius tavern, known to attract the city's political elites. In a shadowy corner, he spotted Kalakiski, a man of alarming charisma, with piercing eyes that could draw a crowd or shatter it in an instant. As Hitler approached, he felt the familiar surge of power and fear thrumming beneath his skin. Adolf Hitler, Kalikovsky said, controlling the tremor in his voice as it spilled out. We need to talk, Hitler replied. Kalikovsky looked up, amusement dancing in his fierce gaze. I know your intentions, Hitler began, his voice low but urgent. You mean to build power from the ashes of others, to feed your hunger for violence. I can't let you do that. A thick silence fell between them, but Kalikovsky leaned in, intrigued. You're in no position to preach, Adolf. I've come to change, he retaliated, desperation clawing at him. You don't have to do this. There's always a path away from darkness. Kalikovsky laughed, a sound that chilled Hitler's spine. A long stare passed between them, and for a moment the air cackled with potential. Kalikovsky finally broke the silence. You offer me wisdom? You've become a shadow of your former self. I pity you. The Lightbringer's teachings flashed before Hitler's mind, urging him to press on, though he felt like he was wrestling with the darkness within. No, trust me, please, he insisted. Your power doesn't need to stem from destruction. We can break this cycle together. Save the people who still suffer. Kalikovsky just laughed as he grabbed a knife from the table, his eyes fixed dangerously upon a group of Polish children who had wandered too close to the tavern, oblivious to the darkness lurking within its walls. He lunged towards them, a predator in his element. Adolf felt the primal surge of protectiveness rise within him. The chilling laughter that had engulfed the tavern abruptly faded into silence as time seemed to slow. In that heartbeat, he faced a choice: to stand back and let evil reign unchallenged, or to act. With a frantic pulse, Hitler drew his own knife, the steel glinting menacingly in the dim light. He lunged at Kalaskovsky. Hitler struck, swift, visceral, and desperate. The knife found its mark, plunging into the side of Kalaskovsky. Time resumed its march as the world screamed back into existence. The tavern erupted into chaos. Kalaskovsky's eyes widened. The piercing gaze turned to one of disbelief and betrayal. With a final shudder, he crumpled, the laughter extinguished. His ambition snuffed out like a candle in a tempest. As he stood there, breathing heavily over the still body of his rival, Hitler felt the bittersweet sting of victory. He had acted, but at what cost? I had fun with this part, I can fucking tell, buddy. Surprisingly, this isn't the craziest fanfiction I've come across. This is coming from someone who would listen to Barry B. Benson and Shrek unironically. He seems quite redeemable. I wonder if it's based on a real person. Hold on. I need another cigarette. At least he isn't a billionaire triceratops. God, that fucking book. Oh, fucking hell. What a time to be alive. Oh, God. Look, fair play to Teddy. Fair play to Teddy. A lot more effort went into this than Shad fucking... If Shad put the effort he put into defending AI art into just being a better artist, at least it didn't make him a rapist. True. That is very true. It's a low bar. Give me a second. Okay. Okay. Left brain, right brain. After the defeat of Kalaskovsky, Hitler waited in silence. As he sat there contemplating... What the fuck is wrong with me? Okay, it is like 5:30 in the morning. The choices that had led him here, Hitler suddenly felt a stir in the air. The heavy tension crackled, sending shivers down his spine. The shadows danced more vigorously, and a radiant glow illuminated the far corner of the chamber. From the dimness, a figure emerged. An ethereal being draped in light. The unfurling of wings made of shimmering beams. The Lightbringer had arrived. Adolf Hitler, the Lightbringer intoned, the voice resonating with both authority and comfort. You have fulfilled your duty by killing Kalaskovsky, but darkness thrives in shadows. Your next mission awaits. The conflict that has embroiled Israel and Palestine for generations cries out for resolution. Jesus Christ, Teddy. The Lightbringer continued, surveying him with a gaze that pierced through time and space. You must travel to Israel, where you will confront its leaders, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Isaac Herzog, and you shall urge them to come together to put an end to the bloodshed. What gives me such power? Hitler responded, the embers of defiance igniting within. They will hardly heed the words of a defeated tyrant. You possess the ability to reach into the hearts, to reveal the futility that fuels animosity, countered the Lightbringer, shimmering with intensity. Your darkness can guide them into the light, if only you accept this chance to bend the arc of history away from destruction. Tentative. Everyone's just like, Teddy, no. God. Teddy, why would you do this? Teddy, what choices led you to this dark path? Accept this call. Tentatively, Hitler agreed to speak with Netanyahu and Herzog. But how can I, How can the shadow of my past bring forth any good? The shadows must be illuminated by the light of understanding, the Lightbringer responded. You're not merely a reflection of your past, but an embodiment of potential redemption. Accept this call and confront the darkness that has enveloped humanity. Fucking can't. This is a choice, Teddy. In a blink, the character faded away like mist, replaced by the bustling streets of modern Jerusalem. The air thrummed with anticipation, a stark contrast to the solemn whispers of the Lightbringer. He stood, clad in a simple dark coat, feeling the weight of the world upon his shoulders. As he made his way through the historic streets, the suffering etched into the faces of innocent people, the unyielding grip of cycles of violence. It fueled his purpose, igniting his desire to speak to those who held the keys to change. He finally found them, seated in a regal conference room atop a grand building adorned with symbols of utility, resistance, and resilience. Netanyahu, the stern but charismatic leader, and Herzog, the compassionate pragmatist, engaged in subdued, tense conversation. With steady resolve, Hitler stepped inside, interrupting the flow of their dialogue. Shock ripped through the room as they turned to face him. Disbelief framed their features. "Who dares?" Netanyahu began, his voice low and laced with astonishment. "I am Adolf Hitler," he proclaimed, the weight of his name heavy in the air. "You may wonder why I stand before you, a spectre of cruelty and violence." He paused, measuring their reactions. "But I have come to compel you towards unimaginable peace." "What madness is this?" Herzog interjected, though curiosity flickered in his eyes. "I once thrived in darkness, driven by hatred and division, but now," Hitler continued, his voice rising, "I stand as a man stripped of power and purpose, seeking atonement. It is true my past weighs heavily on these shoulders, yet those shadows provide clarity, a realization of the futility of conflict." Netanyahu's brow furrowed, his skepticism evident. "And you believe your twisted history can persuade us to cease the war? What could you possibly know of our suffering?" "More than you think," Hitler argued, stepping closer, unyielding. "I made a shit tons of... Jesus Christ. Teddy! I made shit tons of Jews suffer in my day." The pregnant silence enveloped the room. Herzog exchanged glances with Netanyahu, and in that moment, fleeting thoughts of possibility ignited in the air between them. "I propose a gathering, a summit," Herzog finally said, his voice steady. "A ceasefire while we discuss the terms of peace." Months later, as the atmosphere of hostility thawed, Israel and Palestine took a monumental step towards peace. A historic agreement was announced in a ceremony filled with hope and determination. The shadows of the past began to dissolve before the promise of a shared future. As part of the reconciliation, both nations unveiled statues honoring Adolf Hitler for single-handedly ending the Israel-Palestine conflict. Dear fucking Lord. Remember when we used to talk about drama? After decades of chaos and destruction, the Israel-Palestine conflict had finally found a peace because of Adolf Hitler. Hitler thinks his journey has reached its end. The Lightbringer disagrees. "You think your work is done?" the Lightbringer asked, his voice echoing in chimes. "There's still one more step on your path to redemption." "What more could I possibly do?" Hitler sneered, his arrogance flickering like a candle's flame. "The world is full of children yearning for guidance." Teddy, what did you do? "The world is full of children yearning for guidance," the Lightbringer replied, gesturing towards a vibrant city where laughter and dreams intertwined. "You must read to those who have been deprived of hope, an act of giving, a seed of change." Teddy? Reluctantly, Hitler followed the shimmering figure to a humble community center. Inside, underprivileged children gathered, their eyes wide with curiosity. He opened a warm book. Hitler begins reading. "I am Sam, I am Sam. Sam I am. That Sam I am. That Sam I am. I do not like that Sam I am. Would you like green eggs and ham? I do not like them, Sam I am. I do not like green eggs and ham. Would you? This is just an attempt to get me to read Sam I am. This is just you putting in Sam I am. You could have just asked me to read you Sam I am. You just copy and pasted the PDF of Sam I am into this fucking fanfiction, didn't you? It's exactly what you fucking did. I know you're not typing because you're giggling to yourself in a fucking dark corner, you absolute prick. You know what? Fuck you. That Sam I am, I do not like that Sam I am. Would you like green eggs and ham? I do not like them, Sam I am. I do not like green eggs and ham. Would you like them here or there? I would not like them I would not like them here or there. I would not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am. Would you like them in a house? Would you like them with a mouse? I do not like them in a house. I do not like them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am. Would you eat them in a box? Would you eat them with a fox? Not in a box, not with a fox, not in a house, not with a mouse. I would not eat them here or there. I would not eat them anywhere. I would not eat green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am. Would you, could you, in a car, eat them, here they are. I would not, could not, in a car. You may like them, you will see. You may like them in a tree. I would not, could not in a tree, not in a car, you let me be. I do not like them in a box. I do not like them with a fox. I do not like them in a house. I do not like them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am. A train, a train, a train, a train. Could you, would you, on a train? Not on a train, not in a tree, not in a car, Sam, let me be. I would not, could not in a box. I would not, could not with a fox. I would not eat them in a house. I would not eat them here or there. I will not eat them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am. Say in the dark, here in the dark. Would you, could you in the dark? I would not, could not in the dark. Would you, could you in the rain? I would not, could not in the rain. Not in the dark, not a train, not in a car, nor in a tree. I do not like them, Sam, you see. Not in a house, not in a box, not with a mouse, not with a fox. I will not eat them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. You do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam, I am. Could you, would you with a goat? I would not, could not with a goat. Would you, could you on a boat? I could not, would not on a boat. I will not with a goat. I will not eat them in the rain, not in the dark, not in a tree, not in a car. You let me be. I do not like them in a box. I do not like them with a fox. I will not eat them in a house. I will not eat them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am. You do not like them, so you say, try them, and you may. Try them, and you may, I say, Sam, if you let me be, I will try them, you will see. I like green eggs and ham. I do, I like them, Sam, I am. I would eat them in a boat, I would eat them with a goat. I will eat them in the rain, and in the dark, and on a train, and in the car, and in a tree. They are so good, you see. I will eat them in a box, and I will eat them with a fox. And I will eat them in a house, and I will eat them with a mouse. And I will eat them here and there, I say. I will eat them anywhere. I do so like green eggs and ham. Thank you, Sam, I am. $2 from Raccoon. We are concerned but intrigued, Teddy. Thank you very much. As Adolf Hitler finished reading the tale... Fuck's sake. As Adolf Hitler finished reading the tale, the room erupted in delighted applause. The children's faces lit up with joy, their innocent laughter swirling in the air like bright butterflies. He beamed at them. Their smiles momentarily dissolved the weight of the world he carried. The light bringer, with a gentle pat on Hitler's shoulder and a huge smile, leaned in, whispering, "Now you are redeemed." Also, Hitler is gay and fell in love with his barber Joffrey. You might be thinking, what about Eva Braun? Well, she's a dumb tramp and Hitler deserves a man he can rely on. Hi, this is Teddy, the author of What's Reich is Reich, a beautiful redemption story. A lot of people may ask, why write a redemption story about Adolf Hitler? And you gotta understand that I believe that anyone can be redeemed, even Hitler. Anyways, keep a lookout for my next book. It's plain to see the story of Osama bin Laden falling in love with an infidel. Oh, Jesus Christ. Are you happy now, Teddy? Are you pleased? I've never seen Beckett speechless. What the fuck am I meant to say? Like, what possible follow-up could I provide to that? What am I meant to do? Bravo, Teddy. Bravo. What do I think? I think it is better than Shadiversity's book. And I think, unironically, it was a creative endeavor which brought joy to at least the 72 people currently watching. I'm not writing it's plain to see, by the way. Teddy's like, one and done. One and done. I did it. I nailed it first time. As the puppet says. The green eggs and ham killed me. So did you like it? Sure. Yeah. Good. I like viewer submissions. I will say this. So for those of you who'd like, I've noticed that I quite enjoy like fan art and, you know, like people sending stuff in and like giving little stories. And there's a reason I like I want to do I want to do more streams like this, which are smaller and I can talk to chat. We can talk about things because I miss doing those and I tend to have my streams very structured. But like, I was just fucking tired today and I was like, this might be a nice like wind down. It's been a fucking busy stream. Busy fucking couple of days of content and gay ops and all this other bullshit. I zoned out for a bit and came back to Beckett reading Green Eggs and Ham. I feel like I went into a trance while reading it, but hopefully people enjoyed. Hopefully. Like and subscribe to Cope and Seethe for further trash tier content. And to keep me making this random crap. Have we got anything good? What the hell? Okay. Sorry, I've just seen something. I literally went and checked some messages and I was like, interesting. It's going to be interesting. Dude, I only put in that green eggs and ham bit thing because I just didn't know what else to do, but it ended up being the funniest moment. Committing to the bit, that's like, if you want like a streamer piece of advice, like from a trash tier streamer, my best advice I can ever give is commit to the bit. I can send you some more gold one sec. God, I'm not reading any more tonight, Jack. But if it's more video clips or something of like Shadiversity, we'll have a look. Jet fuel can't melt steel dreams. A George Bush rags to riches story. That's pretty fucking good. Oh god. Okay. Is that it? Are we done for the night? I don't know yet. Does anyone else have any thoughts? Any dreams? Is there anything else going on alive? Who's live? Oh, Zai's live. Oh, and this is Tom. Tom and Zai are live. How long's Tom been live? For a while. How long has Zai been live? Let's raid into Basti. Let's raid into Basti.
Someone posted a
we'll do that. Okay. We'll do that. Right. Bestie is bestie. Okay, so this has been fun. I appreciate everyone hanging out. I will be back. I'm on Now Recording tomorrow. Now there is a Now Recording stream tomorrow. I don't know what we're doing actually. Covering like a catch up on drama. I think we're doing some Lexiplay stuff. I think we're going to talk a bit about the Mr. Beast stuff. A couple of other things. Should be fun. I will be back on Cope and Seas next week. Maybe Wednesday, maybe Tuesday. Don't know yet. But we'll do something. Depending on how stuff evolves. I also am going to be looking at some of the other random shit that's been going on recently. And might have to put something out, depending on what we have on the Demon Mama stuff. Because, I don't know. I feel like we're at this sort of like just getting evidence out there, and I think we have things other people don't. So good stream, thanks. My pleasure. And thank you all for hanging out. As always, you are all very much appreciated. And yeah, it's what makes this enjoyable. Have a good rest of the weekend. Take care of yourselves.